484-557-7009. Contact information will be available, and this information will be posted to the Coalition's website after the meeting. Everyone who's registered to participate will receive information with in a follow-up email. I would now like to turn it over to Marion Means from NJTPA.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Since we're all substitutes for one another today, I am not Mary Kay Murphy, our Executive Director. She was unable to be here today to welcome you, but I think as the co-chair and also as the Deputy Executive Director of NJTPA, I will do my best to give you as warm a welcome as possible. The NJTPA is not an operating agency. We're a metropolitan planning organization. And I think I share Mary Kay's enthusiasm about using the resources of an MPO to advance the causes of the I-95 Corridor Coalition, particularly as they pertain to operations, safety, freight, pretty much everything that the members of the coalition are doing. As operators of the facility, the MPOs are doing and NJTPA is doing from a planning perspective. And just a couple of the things that we covered yesterday when some of us met to look at planning for the TISMO activities for the coming year. We're very interested in advancing using data to help inform decision making and to help determine whether we're investing our transportation dollars wisely. Resiliency, making sure that we're building and maintaining the kind of infrastructure and system that will bounce back in the event of additional climate changes and other things that happen in this world that cause our systems to get knocked out of service from time to time. We're looking at alternative fuels. We're looking at safety. These are all things that the I-95 Coalition, as well as the Travel Info Services track, are also advancing and advocating. So I think there is a role, there has been a role, and will continue to be a role for the MPOs to work closely with the I-95 Corridor Coalition, and in particular this program track. And I welcome everyone today. I think we got a great agenda. I'll let Denise talk more about that. But for those of you that are here, help yourself to our facilities and our refreshments. And if you get a chance, take a walk through our great city at lunchtime maybe. And with that, I think I will turn the proceedings over to Denise Markow. And I welcome you all. Thanks.
All right. Good morning. Can everybody hear me? All right. Thank you all for being here. This is the annual Travel Information Services meeting, and I was asked to actually step up and provide you a little bit of an update of what the coalition has been doing over the past year, I should say. Or at least the last time we met. So if you look on the screen, I'm just going to start briefly and dive right in because we've had a couple long 2 days of, or at least a long day and a half of travel and planning. I want to get to that too. Let me talk about a little bit what we've been doing, update on our recent meetings. We've had RITIS. We have a RITIS user group. We have it pretty much 3 times a year. We have a RITIS user group. We had our last one in January. We talked a lot about MAC 21 and some of the requirements that are coming forward and how some of the folks that use the RITIS platform or are involved in the pool fund study will be able to access some tools to help with MAP 21. We had that at the end of January. We then had a coalition steering committee meeting on January 25th. What we've been trying to do is go back to back in time, I call it, where we're engaging our members in how we do our strategic planning. So we started in January. We created a steering committee. We have members from each of the states involved in pretty much 4 of the programmatic areas. We have them involved in our TISMO operations, which is many times our HOGS exchanges. We have them involved in TravInfo. Folks from each state. We have an intermodal and a planning group, and then we have a innovation for a CAB working group. We've tried to select members from each of those areas to become part of our steering committee. That launched in January. That was and then followed by, in February, we ended up with an executive. We started having an executive board meeting, part of the Washington briefing, the Asheville briefing. It's called the Washington briefing that happens in February. So. And then we rolled into yesterday, I'm jumping ahead a second, we rolled in yesterday, we took the TISMO program, which encompasses the travel information group, the HOGS groups, some of the data use groups, and we had a strategic planning session that Mary alluded to. So just rolling that in, we are planning, we had that meeting yesterday, and then in April, what's coming up, we're going to have another steering committee call to present our work plan. So it'll eventually get to our executive board. Guys, can you go back to the slide for just a second? I know I jumped around, but can you, thank you. One of the other things that we're doing at the end of January, we started back up a validation group, the point of contact for the states that have validation done as part of their procurement for probe data. And we're looking to literally revamp that program and provide a move where we take the probe data, the vendors, IMRIX here and TomTom, work with special facilities, tunnels, managed lanes, maybe travel times on dynamic measure signs. We're trying to revamp that. So we're going to do that twice a year. We started and kicked off that meeting at the end of January. Then we also had, between January and the beginning of February, something that was called the Southern Hogs Exchange. And what that meant is when Hurricane Irma came up the corridor and started in Florida and ended up in Georgia and Alabama and the Carolinas, Florida started a emergency shoulder use. They actually opened the shoulders for evacuation, and the meeting came back to talk about the strategies that were used, what worked well, what didn't work well, how the communication worked. So it was a group that was actually not your typical HOGS exchange, because we had assistant commissioners in the room and directors in the room, and the idea was that if we can get at that level, that discussion about cross-border communication, then hopefully that'll help us filter it down into what I call the meat of the coalition. So that was a very important meeting for us in the step forward in the South to work with that group. And then in February we also had our Probe Data Analytics Suite user group meeting. Now we can go to the next. All right. I switch the slide.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Okay. So, as I mentioned, the steering committee and the planning committee meeting that we had yesterday, we have our travel info TISMO meeting here. We're trying to do a little bit of some different thinking in terms of, I want to say, branching out. This morning you're going to hear us talk about truck parking, travel information for truckers. A little bit of a different topic, not solely focused on passenger vehicles and travel time. So we're trying to become a little bit more inclusive of the different types of travel we've got, or even up the moves. Next slide, please. Those are our current meetings. So what we have coming up, so as you can tell, I'm just not stopping here, huh? Upcoming meetings. We are working currently now with the state of Maine on a towing workshop to figure out how we can better integrate tow operators into incident management. We had a workshop, first workshop in December. We've got a follow-up coming up. And then again, the idea is to bring law enforcement, towing, safety agencies in the room to figure out how they can better work on incident management. And that's stuff. Originally it was scheduled for March 2nd. It's in the process of being rescheduled because we had, imagine that, a blizzard and a snowstorm up in New England. They had to reschedule it. The work plan session meeting, again, as I mentioned, is scheduled for April 12th. We also have a couple other webinars coming up and some meetings. We have an intermodal committee work meeting. Mary Grace Parker, who's on the line, and who'll be talking about truck parking and truck information and trucking travel information. She's holding her intermodal committee meeting planning session on the March. And then we have two more things coming up. One is April 19th. We have the national audience on work zones, queue management. The That was a request from the last time we had a TISMO summit as far as trying to delve into and look at workshops. Construction and planned events are all part of mobility. So this is a national webinar. We do it twice a year. So we open up our webcast to across the country. So the idea is to get more fresh blood, as I call it, to talk about workshops. And so we have 3 spotlight presentations. Pennsylvania Turnpike, we'll be talking about some projects they do. They have a pilot with connected vehicles. They have a workshop entrance, a vehicle entrance and a warning system they're going to talk about. Transcom is going to talk about their battle tools. Got that right? And Michael Pack is going to talk about a new workshop monitoring tool. And then lastly, the last event we've got planned coming up through the end of April is we're doing a CAD integration workshop, computer-aided CAD. We've invited representatives from each state, whether it's DOT and law enforcement, to come to the Maritime Academy for a day and a half to talk about how do we integrate CAD, what's the upside, what's the downside, what are the soft issues, what are the hard issues. And we hope to come out of that with a really kind of a document to tell us, if you're going to do it, this is how we start and this is how we get through it. Okay? So my only last comment is that for those of you on the web, electronically, you probably got these briefs, but the coalition is starting to develop, and you all have them in your packet here today as well. These are what we call program briefs, and what they're designed to do. And the reason I bring this up, and I think it's important, because this is what we give to your commissioners and secretaries when we meet with them, because we have leadership calls twice a month. We met with them in February at the steering committee. If you speak to the programs that we're doing, there's one on TISMO, there's a brief on the Intermodal and Freight Committee. There's also a brief that's interesting. We have the coalition has that Vehicle Probe Marketplace with data tools. There are now new products that are available through the coalition, so there is a brief on that. So it's new products that are being offered by INRIX, HERE, and TomTom that are available when you're getting your data through the marketplace. Lastly, there's some information on our connected vehicle program. We're really starting to get into that on behalf of all of the agencies. And there's another flyer, or I call it brief, based on a volume turn movement. So with that being said, I'm going to turn this back to Barry. And thank you. Please come see me or email me if you have any questions. Thanks.
Thanks, folks. I was so busy welcoming everybody that I forgot to do the introductions and the going around the room. So I apologize for that. Sometimes when you make up for lost time, you really don't. So, okay, start here. There. Let's see. Oh, next. Normally, we go around the room first and have people say who they are. But I've got a slide up here, and I don't want to slight the people who've been patiently waiting on the webinar. So maybe if we could go to want to do webinar first? Yeah, if we could go to webinar first, and then we can come back and we can just go around the room and introduce each other, introduce ourselves rather. So. We have here folks from District DOT.
Yes, this is Jason. This is Jason Pa from DDOT.
Thank you. Welcome. DVRP.
Thank you.
DVRPC, are you here?
Yes, this is Chris King with DVRPC, manager of our Transportation Operations Management Unit.
Welcome. And Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration?
Phil Strom from Delaware is on.
Welcome. Federal Highway Administration? Florida DOT?
It's Joanne Arter with IBI Group. We're the contractor for Florida's 501 system. So I'm representing Russell Allen today.
Great, thank you.
This is also Steve Novosad with HNTB representing Russell Allen as well.
Thank you. I-95 Coalition, we expect it's going to be with us, both in person and on the web. Maine DOT?
Yep, this is Cliff Curtis from Maine DOT.
Welcome. Massachusetts? New Hampshire DOT, New Jersey DOT,
John Martinez from NJDOT.
John Henry, NJDOT.
welcome, North Carolina DOT,
This is Bo Memory with North Carolina DOT.
welcome, Pennsylvania,
Good morning. This is Mike Pack and Tim Scanlon and John Parker with the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission.
hello all, welcome. Anybody from PennDOT? Okay, Rhode Island DOT, are you with us? South Carolina? Tennessee?
Good morning. This is Diane Lackey with the South Carolina DOT Intermodal and Freight Programs Office.
Hi, Diane.
Hi.
Tennessee. And Catlab from Maryland.
Yeah, Michael Pack here.
Hey, Michael. Vermont Agency of Transportation.
Robert T. White, Vermont Agency of Transportation.
Welcome. And Virginia DOT.
This is Amy McGowan with VDOT Northern Region Operation Technology on the listening mode.
Great, thank you. So you can see we've got a great coverage north to south with folks on the webinar. And in person, rather than use the slide, I would just like to just start with my co-chair and with our co-chair and just go around the room and introduce yourselves.
Mark Kopko, Pennsylvania DOT. Morning, Ted Babowski, Port Authority, New York, New Jersey. Charles Tillman, District Department of Transportation. Morning, Evian Patterson, District Department of Transportation.
Matt Robertson, District Department of Transportation.
Good morning, Carlos Raposo, New York Metropolitan Transportation Council.
Good morning, Andy Lopez with Emirates. Good morning, Don Johnson with Federal U.S. Department of Transportation.
John Vaitovich, Mojo, U.S. Department of Transportation, Multi-Center.
Terrence McNinch, ACUS Learning Systems, PublicWorksTraining.com.
Giovanna Cook, Delaware DOT.
Joey Sable, Maryland DOT.
Paul Trubin, Stantec Engineers.
Solomon Cabins, North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority. Bobby Clearly, Transcom. Good morning, Bob Klansberg, Transcom.
Denise Marco, I-95.
Jim Clay, Total Traffic Above Ever. Scott Coward, Virginia Department of Transportation.
Great. Anybody else who's either joined the call or who has walked in and didn't get a chance to identify yourself? If not,
Mary, this is Mary Grace Parker.
Hey, Mary Grace, how are you?
Okay, thanks.
Hey, and this is Mark Demidovich calling from Georgia DOT.
Oh, good. Welcome.
Tom McQueen, Georgia DOT. I'm also the one of the co-chairs of Mary Grace's I-95 Corridor Coalition Intermodal Committee.
Anybody else? We got quite a turnout. This is excellent. All righty. If I could get the slide that shows the agenda, or we're going to start. Okay. Let me take a quick run through the agenda, just so that everybody's on the same page here. And I'm looking for something that I can read that I don't use my... Wait. All right, sorry. Okay, we are not going to take a break because we really just got started on this. But well, the rest of the day is going to proceed as follows. Mary Grace Parker from the coalition is going to discuss about understanding how truckers are getting and using real-time information. Then Sylvana Krupp from DelDOT will be talking about truck traveler information. And then VDOT truck parking program and how they are disseminating parking info to truckers. Scott Coward, who's here, will talk about that. And then Denise will wrap up the truck travel information discussion. And after that, we'll go into a lunch break. And if in the interim people need to step out, please do so. But obviously, the trucking info is the primary or the feature presentation. And then after lunch, we will resume, and Mark Kopko will lead the discussion of our very popular agency roundtable discussion, and we'll get travel information updates from north to south and south to north. And then we'll wrap it up and talk about upcoming meetings, and there'll be an opportunity for any other discussion items that people may want to raise at that time. So if there are no more questions, or if there aren't any questions, I think what we'll do is proceed into the discussion on trucking and travel information. So I will turn the proceedings over to Mary Grace Parker. I've been handed the speaker bios. They're in everybody's packet, but let me at least identify in a little bit more detail who the speakers are going to be, and bear with me on that. Mary Grace Parker is the Director of Trade and Innovation in Transportation at the I-95 Coalition, and she'll be talking about how truckers are using real-time information. Mary Grace has served with the I-95 Coalition since its inception, and her roles have included staff support, intermodal passenger, connected automatic vehicle working group, ITS, and truck parking, electronic screening. You name it, Mary Grace has done it, so we're very happy about that. Scott is the statewide traveler information program manager at VDOT. He'll be talking about statewide truck parking solutions, as I said. And Sylvia Proof is the resilience and sustainability strategist at VDOT, and she'll be talking about work zone and incident communication systems. With that, I'm going to turn the proceedings over to Mary Grace, and take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I just want to do a quick sound check and make sure everybody can hear me okay. Am I coming through all right?
Yes. Yes.
Great. All right. Thank you. Sorry I couldn't join you in person, but thank you, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to open up this important session, and not only to talk about this topic, but that it's bringing together travel information services and the Intermodal Freight Committee members around a topic that's truly cross-cutting for the coalition and for transportation agency staff that are involved in both operations and planning to enhance freight mobility, safety, and efficiency. This is truly an area where mutual collaboration on the public sector side can make a difference for truckers that are using our highways to deliver goods. The speakers that are following me are going to provide some great work that are examples of activities that are underway in this area. But I'd like to just take a couple minutes to provide some opening context. By no means is this an exhaustive context, because you could talk about this for hours, but I would like to give you a little bit of perception of what's happening here. Am I moving the slides, or is somebody moving them for me? Go to the next slide. Thank you. In terms of why truckers need real-time traffic and related information, obviously it goes without saying that safety is the #1 reason that the trucking industry is concerned about having good traffic information and good understanding of what's happening on the system. But cost efficiency are also critically important. So understanding the industry from that standpoint, truck driving margins are relatively slim. This is an industry that's made up of a significant portion of larger and medium fleet that are owned by large companies, things you see on the road like J.B. Hunt, but there's also a significant number of drivers that are independent operators owning their own trucks and picking up loads individually through brokerage and other type ways that they get freight jobs delivered to them. So that's really important to understand, that those margins are extremely slim. You don't get rich being a truck driver. So when you talk about delays, we start to talk about a contribution to losses for companies and drivers, and that ties over into things like reaching their maximum hours of service, penalties for delivery delays. Many companies have delivery windows that they have to get to. If they don't get there, they can be financially penalized, or they can be just forced to wait until that delivery window reopens for them, and it adds to additional fuel costs. Using some sources from ATRI, the American Trucking Research Institute, you can see the impact of traffic congestion and delays on the industry. We're talking about over $63 billion in operational costs, and this is using 2015 as a metric. Over 362,000 hours of commercial truck drivers that are sitting idle in traffic over the course of a working year. That's a pretty sobering figure. And congestion costs on a per truck basis cost about, can you hear me okay?
Somebody needs to mute their phone. Somebody who's listening in needs to mute their phone. And then I think it'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Hopefully you heard me. I was getting a little feedback. But those congestion costs amount to a little over $22,000 for each truck that's traveling 100,000 miles annually. So that, and then in the world of a truck driver, 100,000 miles annually is a pretty common figure. So you can see why this is an important issue to the industry and important to us in the public sector that need to meet the needs of our constituents. Next slide. In terms of information that truckers want and need for economy, for efficiency, and or safety, clearly there's some very specific areas. And what I highlighted in black are those that are really in the purview of the public sector, things that we can provide them. Incident delay closure information, including detours and travel times. And I know some other speakers will talk about this, but when I highlight detours, one of the things I want you to leave this with is thinking about the fact that a detour for a car is not necessarily a detour for a truck. And even within the trucking industry, depending on the type of truck you're operating, that adds another complexity to thinking about detours. And obviously it ties to travel time. Construction and work zone locations and status. So understanding where trucks are going to encounter construction, long-term planned construction, intermittent daily work zone locations, the status of these, are they actually active? Are there vehicles operating them in at the time? Are there lane shifts perhaps in place partially or throughout the day? Are there lane restrictions in terms of dimensions and weight limitations? Oversize and overweight restrictions. Where do we have R-rated bridges and other bridges that might be under temporary or prolonged periods of weight restrictions? Weather and pavement conditions, snow, ice, fog. Fog is becoming a larger issue as we're seeing some things happening with weather changes. Real-time truck parking availability. They're looking at both public and private facilities. And the reason I list private facilities here is you'll hear later in this, some of the other speakers, the capability of providing some of that information, if we can get it from private sector companies along our facilities, not only lets them know what is on our systems, but also where they might be moving off an exit to find truck parking rather than be lining up along the side of shoulders. Way station electronic screening sites. This is important, not hopefully for them to avoid those sites, but for them to be aware that they're open, for them to be aware that there may be delays in those areas, that there may be bypass capabilities if they're enrolled in certain programs. Plan for that, and last but not least, these may be locations that can be used for parking or rest. And again, I'm highlighting that detour information, thinking that it must be what I'll call truck friendly. And then below this in blue, you can see I've listed additional information that truckers are looking for. They want to know where there's truck stops, where there's fueling stations, many depending on their driving situation. Some are staying in hotels. And there's also something that I'll talk a little bit about called load matching, which is where today more commonly they're starting to get information, particularly independent companies, where they may be picking up a load on their way back from dropping off another, and much more information. Next slide, please. How are they getting that information? Well, you can see there's a variety of areas. Onboard systems, some that are owned by companies, and there's a bunch of services out there that run onboard systems. Many companies provide these for drivers. Some independent drivers lease these type of systems, but those are built into and connected into the vehicles and provided consistent updates from dispatch centers or off of other sites. Apps. Truckers are using more and more apps, general apps like Waze and other areas, but also there's an emergence you'll see of trucker-specific apps that are coming out and providing greater opportunities for them. They do rely on transportation agencies. Research studies that have done feedback to states show that truckers will use 511 more often when it's time during major events, but they will use it. They are relying more and more on dynamic message signs for real-time information, and they have been using websites, both public and private, and some systems, as I will see over on the right, is an example from Washington State Department of Transportation, where truckers can go in and companies can go in and actually sign up on a website for email or text alerts and provide that information. Smartphone and tablets, although they're restricted from using these from driving, both from a safety standpoint, many from most companies, obviously, or all companies have that prohibition while in use. They will use smartphones and tablets in between loads, when they're dropping off a load, when they're stopped for rest, when they're stopped for meal. They will gravitate to smartphones and tablets in many cases. Heavy reliance for fleet drivers on the company dispatcher. Sirius radio, there's actually trucking stations that are focused on truckers on Sirius XM and others. Weather services, NOAA, and other weather sources and apps. Other drivers still remain a source of information and crowdsourced sites. Instant message boards are not uncommon in this industry. Word of mouth, whether it's through text messaging, whether it's through truckers talking at facilities, and using entities such as Waze. Next slide. Just to give you a sense, I didn't go in through a lot of these, but I wanted to show you a couple examples of trucker apps that are offering various resources. So one I picked out here, it could have been one of many, is an app called 120. It provides live updates on traffic and weather radar, also maps parking, way station statuses. It's based on crowdsourced updates by the company itself or other places they pull from, as well as truckers. And that information in 120 and Trucker Path and a number of these other apps that you'll see out there is becoming more and more focused on a variety of information sources, including crowdsourced, but also continually updating the additional types of applications that they provide. And then to the right, Park My Truck was developed by the Truck Parking Leadership Initiative, which was an activity through the work that Federal Highway and others in the industry were doing as part of an effort under the National Truck Parking Coalition effort. This was actually developed and administered through NATSO, which is the National Association of Truck Stop Operators. This provides truck parking information, and their goal is, and they will accept truck parking information from any entity as long as it meets some reliability standards. So, for example, states that have truck parking information can also lend their information to this app, and they're really looking to make this a national application. But there are also other parking apps out there, both public and private, that are pursuing those same goals. Next. Emerging trends, I wanted to just touch on this because as you're thinking from information sources where you might be having opportunities to go, I wanted to show you a couple examples. So the middle picture is talking about brokers, and this is what I was talking about in terms of load matching. More and more, there's companies coming out there. I'm a driver. I've dropped a load, particularly I'm an independent. I don't have a load yet that I've secured to come back with. I go online to these brokers, and they'll match me up with a load. I can take a bid on it, can grab that load, and I can avoid being an empty truck, which is the last thing you want to be in those cases when you're a trucker, when you're heading back, because you're not making any money on that return trip. To the left is just an example of some of the elements that will show various types of applications, whether it's way stations, parking availability. And to the right, you'll see Truckers Tools is a good example of an app that's continuing to grow with more and more and more opportunities, whether it's things from truck stop guides, to load tracking, to fuel, to jobs, to weather. So in showing these, I want to be able to get you to think about, as you talk in other areas and as we move forward, not all of this has to be necessarily things that we perfect in the public realm in terms of creating applications, but the opportunity to look more and more, next slide please, to partnering with industry. So what can we do as public agencies to meet these needs? Truckers are a pretty persnickety group when it comes to information that isn't good. If it's not accurate, reliable, and timely and accessible, they won't use it and they won't go back to it. So that is very critical. If you're using agency outlets, dynamic message signs, 511, media notifications, those freight alerts, as I pointed out that Washington State DOT and others are using, can be very helpful, particularly during, I think those are areas in particular, freight alerts, 511. I know we've been past TRAB information discussions. We've actually had agencies talk about how during major events they see a resurgence of the public sector, including trucks coming to their 511 page, coming to their website. So again, even if we're not looking at this in an everyday, thinking about how we might do this as we're tackling resiliency and incident management in major events. Increasing capability to provide that access to third parties. How can we get it out to companies, drivers, onboard system providers, developers? And you'll hear later about, Steph's going to talk a little about agency portals. A good way to put that information someplace and let the industry work on extracting that and putting it into their systems. Enhancing capabilities to source information from underlying legacy systems. And people that know me have heard me talk about this, maybe rant about this for many years. We have a lot of information within our agencies, and as I was talking to states on their state freight planning efforts, I was really heartened to hear how many states started really looking in that process of what information do they have internally, what's in our oversized, overweight dimensional system, what information is there, what might be in our bridge pavement system. These may be legacy systems that are not interconnected to our ATMSs, but perhaps we can strive for ways to take them and push them out through portals to allow some real-time delivery of information and let that private sector world go at it and be competitive to provide better information. Make these sources of information or outlets recognizing, as I said, truckers versus passenger operational world and needs. We really have to think about how truckers think when we put information out to them. And again, that goes back to that detour, that routing, that where can they go, where can they park, where can they stop, how much information do they need in inclement weather to really think about stopping or as they come around a corner. So just starting to think more as we move ahead about those differences and to not reinvent the wheel. There's some great experiences from some agencies today, many others as we move forward working in our committee with you and Denise to continue to share experiences and learn from agencies that are doing this well. And with that, I will see if there's any questions or we can reserve them for the end. And I would turn this over to, I believe, Silvana.
Before we get Silvana on the her presentation, are there any questions from Mary Grace right now? I mean, we have a little bit of time. Any thoughts on?
Yeah. And this is Robert. This is Robert White, Vermont. Mary Grace, one of the things you left out was GPS companies in Vermont. We have this one. We have the Smuggler's Notch. We have two sets of EMS signs on both sides. Truckers ignore them, and they still drive through and get stuck. We even put up messages saying, you will get stuck and you will get fined, and they ignore it. The biggest problem we see is that truckers don't use 511 or their Yo Local apps. They're still using GPS like Magellan, TomTom, and whatnot. So then how do you address that?
That's a really good point, and I apologize because in putting this together, it's right at the top of my head and I missed it. That is something that we really need, and we've talked about this even at the national level. We need to do a greater outreach. We've seen for years the off-the-shelf cost of a GPS unit is about a fifth of the price of a trucker-based system. So you're right. What's happening is they follow those GPS units. They're not designed for trucks. And they're not necessarily timely and up-to-date. I think we need to keep tackling that issue. I think the more we can do a better job of trying to collaborate with these companies, invite them in. There are more and more. I had 2 emails this week from companies that are talking about having more data that's coming from smartphones and other GPS data. I think really the answer is, Robert, we as a public sector need to bring them in more and more, possibly on a larger scale, and really make them understand their information. We're not going to stop the use of GPSs in onboard systems. The key is how can we make it better? And I do believe that part of it, quite frankly, is how can we get our information. You're right. The dynamic message signs are there. If we could find ways to get that more real time into those GPS systems, I think we've got an opportunity to catch them sooner and do a better job. And some of them are just, just like passenger cars, some are going to keep on driving. I also think working with some of the larger national companies and organizations like OIDA, the Owner-Operator Association, I think we have to have a stronger presence and outreach to talk about this discussion with those organizations and with those GPS providers.
Mary Grace, Solomon Cabinet in JTTA. Good morning.
Good morning, Solomon.
The connected and autonomous vehicle industry is advancing faster, I think, than many of us can control. And as it relates to in commercial vehicle operations, are there any recommendations on how we engage the trucker industry, especially for travel information, and how connected and autonomous relates to our everyday management?
Well, I think the answer is going to be very similar. I mean, first off, while connected and automated vehicles, and you're right, the trucks are way ahead, they're still moving on systems that still are going to have to rely on real-time information. So very similar to what we've learned with the GPS industry, we need to really try to engage them, talking to our state motor truck associations, inviting in folks from owner-operators, talking to companies like Qualcomm and some of these others, making them aware, I think, of our desire to try to get this information out, but also talking to industry on the connected vehicle developer side. You've got companies, Freightliner, Volvo, they're moving forward extremely rapidly with development of aspects. Our first connected vehicle project in the quarter was actually working with Volvo, having testing overhead bridge restrictions. So I think trying to find those opportunities to work more directly, as truck platooning and truck automated vehicle driving is becoming more and more close to reality, if not already in reality in some places, that engagement is critical. And I think it's a key for both operations and planning people to try to find ways to get to that table. Folks in Florida, have been working really hard the last few years at their connected vehicle conferences, bringing in the industry. I think every one of us needs to work on that type of engagement. And remember, they're only going to be as good as the information that we can provide them about our system. They can be the smartest trucks in the world, but they can't sense it if it's not out there to be sensed, I guess is the word I'm going to use.
Mary Grace, hi, it's Paul Truman.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, just so you know, when I was with DOT, right before I left, I've had some conversations with one of the companies in New Jersey, ALK Technologies, about their app and what they put out there for truckers for GPS. We were trying to find a way to sort of utilize their technology in our permitting system, but I just couldn't find a way to make it work legally. But I know there's a lot of potential there, and I know they have a lot of data that we don't even have, down to the county and local roadway level. And if there's a way that we could work with them going forward, I'd be happy to help facilitate any kind of conversations with them if you want to try and start something. But there's potential there. I'm just not sure how to get around some of the hurdles, because ultimately some of the truckers don't want to pay for the cost of that service. But if there's a way we could get the price down or subsidize it in some way by providing them more information, maybe there's a win-win there or something we can do. I don't know. But I'm just throwing that out there. If you want to facilitate a conversation with one of these companies, I'll help you with that.
Great, thank you.
Just before we go to Sylvanas, I think the one other comment to know is that in the planning session that we had yesterday, one of the discussions we talked about was mapping, and not just deep mapping, base mapping from DOTs, because that mapping then translates over to the Wazes and the Googles and OpenStreets, et cetera. So mapping is a big discussion that we are looking forward to having in the future and getting a little bit in the weeds on it from a coalition standpoint.
And Denise, one thing I would suggest in this area is, our early history of the coalition, we did a lot of work with Federal Motor Carrier as they were deploying what essentially was called CVision, the Commercial Vehicle Information Systems Network. I think that this whole truck information, not just truck parking, but all of this real-time information, again, I talked about cost in the beginning, but it's critical to safety. And I think increasing our interaction with Motor Carrier and their resources, they don't look to just be an enforcement arm. I mean, they really are focused on safety. So I think that opportunity of bringing that partnership with Federal Motor Carrier at the state and the quarter level, strengthening that is an opportunity, to look at how we can together, build better bridges to the trucking industry, to also help them demand better and more reliable information from these third-party providers.
Thanks, Margaret. Before we go to Silvana, does anybody on the web have any comments that they'd like to add to this conversation?
This is Tom McQueen at GDOT. Real quick question. It might not be a question, but just something for a parking board. Even though we're talking about truck parking, it's a kind of a parking lot comment. ELD mandates, most people know those really, the hard enforcement starts April 1st. And I've been in a couple places in the southeast in the last couple months, and there are way stations, or not way stations. There are rest areas that are completely closed, just closed, for construction or whatever, but there's no information on, again, I'm not picking on anybody, but multiple state DOTs websites showing that traveler information, that's a reality. I do pick it up on Waze, so maybe it's just a thought with ELD kicking in, which April 1st, which means truck parking really going to be, it's kind of a line in the sand where we're going to cross, and I expect a lot of the southeast states, I was looking at a map, and there's several states that are kind of waiting to really delay ticketing until April 1st, and the southeast, South Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and New Jersey were the four that I see on the corridor, which we're looking at till April 1st. And so I'm kind of babbling, but April 1st, it looks like for quite a few states on the corridor is literally going to be a crossing a line in the sand. And so,
Tom, the EDL?
Oh, I'm sorry. Electronic logging books for truckers, basically. Sorry if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about. Truckers kind of turn into pumpkins, I like to say. They can't, hours of service. And the big thing in the truckers' mind is ELD, electronic log devices, where they'll have to do it electronically. They can't kind of fudge their books and drive longer than they're supposed to. Good. That was a good question. Sorry, I keep forgetting people are not living my life. So, and we can talk about it more later, but maybe if you guys are talking about, you got her talk about mapping and stuff, that it could, this whole concept can be part of a parking board or wherever you guys talk about to kind of look into later. That was basically more of a comment.
Thanks. Thank you. Derek. Yeah.
Just a quick comment. Derek Bedard with NJTBA. Great. Everybody's talking about, I've heard Waze mentioned several times, and it's great for a lot of things. I just wanted an observation I had with this recent nor'easter. Going down Route 1, roads were closed all over, and Waze had none of that. You're going down there, you're trying to route, trying to figure out where you're going, and it's routing you down roads that are closed. There are police cars there, cones up, and I don't have a solution, just an observation that better communication with the police know they've closed the road, but no one else knows. And if you're routed down a road and then you find out halfway down it's closed and it's a truck, they might not be able to turn around.
Thank you. All right. I think the next step is let's move to the next presentation. And Silvana Coop, here she is. Okay. I'll give her a second to get to the podium.
I apologize. Is there time for one last question?
Sure. Silvana's moving up to the podium. Go ahead.
Sure. This is Bob Penso from PennDOT. Just a question. I'm getting more familiar with some of the mobile apps that are available for trucker information, and so I appreciated Mary Grace's slide. And you mentioned Trucker Path. I was curious to know, are there any public agencies that have partnerships with any of these mobile apps, kind of much like there are DOTs that have partnerships now with Waze? are there any public agencies that have partnerships with any of these other mobile apps that, you know, potentially we could receive parking availability information from them? So I just wasn't aware of if that was something that anybody was aware of.
So, Bob, that's a good question because I know that there are a number of apps that are pulling information in, but whether or not anybody's doing any formal partnerships with them, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's something I can poke around and see if we can find, because that's a good point.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I think the next step is we're going to move to Savannah. I think the best thing, Savannah, is just to say next slide when you do that right now, because there we go. So let's see. Okay.
Good morning. So one of my responsibilities with Delbot is actually also to manage the old C-Vision, today it's called ITD, program and the business program under FMCSA. And once I became the manager for the program, I understood that there were some interesting areas that would be eligible for grant applications. And our state is already core compliant in very good condition. And so we kind of like said, okay, so what is next? So this is what we're going to be talking. This is one of the areas we decided to invest research to form the base knowledge. Next slide, please. So why do we need a work zone incident communication system? So a lot of the decisions that we make need to be based on something. So we need data. Next slide. So why do we need this information? Well, as Mary Grace quickly mentioned to you, all of you, we have some safety issues that need to be addressed, and we also have operations efficiency. So it's basically looking at both situations under the free movement. Next. So as we have a lot of truck drivers, we also understand they need information and they need good information. And based on that information, we understand there's a chance for better solutions. And better solution definitely works on the good side of highway safety. Next. So what else do we need? We definitely need information about oversized overweight vehicles, automatic routing, maybe some hazmat dedicated corridors. We need information about parking. Next. We also need the information about height, width, weight restrictions. And all of this, if you think about the detour that was mentioned time and again, all these plays a very important role because we want the truck to go to the destination and be able to go through. We don't want it to get stuck, right? Next. So what exactly are we looking for the type of information that we're going to provide to the trucking industry? Well, this in specific is looking for work zone and incidents. And we need to understand the escalation of what is one and then get the chance to become another one. So we are looking for a decreased amount of information. There's a lot of visual pollution already, and there's a lot of safety concerns as you're driving. And these things are very important for the trucker to be able to pay attention to what is going on. Next. So we want to make sure that whenever the information is provided through the truck driver, that he gets the information that is like just traffic restrictions. Next. So what exactly do they need? They need information to be able to continue moving the economy. So maybe some type of application that is organized in such a way that can be distributed to all different means of communication. And we need to understand how is that the industry really works, because some types of information may not be legal to have in cabinet. Remember, we are in a time where the hands-free is a policy applied to all drivers, not only truck drivers. Next. So a good way to organize this information is actually working through a website portal for truckers. So they need specific information, just what is necessary. This means that we're not going to write a book. We're going to summarize the maximum possible the information that they're going to get. And of course, least amount of distraction. So this means that if we have a screen that is full of little icons, it's full of little pop-ups and all these different types of things, they are going to create a distraction. Not only the truck driver is going to have to look to what is going on the roadway, but it's also going to be able to clean, you know, the visual pollution that he's getting hit with. Next. Go ahead. Thank you. So what we understand that is a good example of website portal for truckers is something that we borrowed from Idaho DOT. So with DelDOT, we have our traditional information on that top image over there. And you can see there are many, many lines. And with Idaho, you can see that there is one line of information and one icon. And, excuse me? Did somebody say something? Okay. So what we mean with the least amount of information is that we want to provide the truck driver with specifically, you know, very, very limited amount of information that is the exact amount he actually needs or she actually needs to continue driving. Next. And you can see right there on the red arrow, the information that Idaho DOT with their information is providing in one line, with our information is on the third line, in the middle of the screen. Not only Idaho DOT made the information available in one line, but allowed the back of the map to be there showing a lot of the roadways. With our application, the majority of the map is colored up. So that could cause even some lack of orientation. So we don't want to have that happen to any truck driver. Next. So the commercial vehicle operator communication are basically of two types. One, information that is being generated from outside of the cab. So somebody from a desk. And the other type is the one that the truck driver inside of the truck, driving the truck, is receiving the information. And there is different types of ways that we approach this. Next. So the DOT, the Idaho DOT website portal for truckers have all those different types of items that they can provide, but as you can see, it's still limited. It's not a never-ending tab with options to choose. Nevertheless, we all understand that many times things are programmed in advance. So you usually know where you're starting to travel, where are you going. So this, unless you're dealing with some type of incident or work zone or, you know, something that suddenly happened and you didn't really know how to deal with it, those are things that you can actually program ahead of time. If you're dealing with information that is about like an accident or a sudden, you know, heavy rain that caused flooding to roadway or something, then you will need the information that is real time to help you understand what decisions are you going to make in your path. Next. So FMCSA restrictions include that the truck driver the truck drivers are not supposed to be handling devices. So they have to have hands-free. One touch, that's it. They should be able to use their voice, and they should be able to tell things to happen. So basically a responsive system. Next. So the Idaho DOT Trucker app is one of a very interesting example, and as you see, is a hands-free application and is activated by voice. So this, we understand, is a pretty good example. Next. With this application, the Trucker app for Iowa DOT, they actually have specific data. They paid attention to the data formatting, and they did look at cleaning up the cluster of icons. So this, as we heard already, a very big problem mentioned by, not only Mary Grace with some of the work she's done, but also from questions that have already happened here with the conversation today. Next. So the Minnesota 511 system is one that also uses this type of trucker app. And they were actually in development when we started our research, and they were about to have this out. So I am not 100% sure if they already finished, but definitely it was one of the good applications we were looking forward. Next. And then we have some other third-party apps that includes Waze, CIGIC, TruckerPath, and all of those are basically handheld devices. They are like cell phone applications, and they have some interesting applications, some good facilities, but some other, not that good applications for the specific trucking industry. Next. So with the 511 Trucker app for the smartphones, we have the condition to have the hands-free, the voice command, the voice alerts, the specific app for truckers, and it can be standardized, and it can have all the trucker features. These are all good examples of how things can move forward. Next. The one item that is very important is that little triangle that just popped out right now. So we want to understand what is a kind of like a geofencing process, because not only we want the truck driver to know that this is the right path and these problems are showing up, but they have to understand what is coming ahead of them so they can make decisions before they get to the problem. So that cone of influence is a good thing, that they can look like, what is the next exit before I get to a congestion? What is the next exit for me to avoid maybe a construction zone or work zone or anything like that? So this application that works with the real time but also anticipates what the truck driver is going to be seeing ahead of them, looking at the near exit, is something very, very important also for the driver. Again, providing information for good decisions. Next. And here comes our dilemma. So cell phones can be used, but not by everyone. So what we understood with our research was that 50% of small fleets actually have permission and use cell phones. But the other 50% that is made of large fleets don't actually use cell phones. They are not even allowed to carry the phones inside of the cabinet. So they go and use other types of technology, such as the ELDs, FMS, and I know these are all acronyms, so electronic logging device, fleet management systems, and all these other types of applications. So this is why we understand that, okay, we have at least two different types of topics we need to address. We're talking about the trucking industry. We need to be able to go back and look at what they need. Next. DriveWise is an interesting application. So it does work with some of these information about way station that is coming and if they actually need to pull in or not. So this is one of the applications that is already dedicated to the trucking industry. They do help different DOTs. They have at least 600 scales between the United States and Canada, and they basically cover up about 850,000 trucks. Next. The other application is the GPS. Everybody already mentioned GPS, navigation devices. Yes, we do have a problem that some of these GPSs, they're getting better, but if you still have something that is a little bit old, maybe they need, a quick update before you decide to use them inside of your truck. Because if the information is not real time and is just based on mapping and old mapping, you actually are going to find problems. So, but nevertheless, they are the type of devices that for commercial applications, they are possible to include a lot of the information that we're looking for. Next. So this is what an electronic logging device looks like. Like it was mentioned, the truck drivers need to stop. After a certain number of hours, they need to be able to rest. That is important for safety for our highways, for our interstates, for our roadways in general. Next. So, as it was mentioned, yes, FMCSA already established that all trucks need to have these electronic logging devices, or ELDs, since last year. And they are basically registering all the information. They are providing other information like engine diagnostics and other stuff. Next. And the fleet management system is a device that looks more or less like that one. And it has an extended interface and also provides conditions for communication with the driver. Next. Go ahead. One more. Thank you. So one of the interesting things we found out is that even though when you talked about, so you look at all these different apps, particularly for phones, and how do you understand that that's good? Is it really good? And the majority of answers come back saying, we have these many hits, we have these many downloads. But what does that mean? That just means that maybe you're popular. And what else? So the really important information is actually lacking from these types of applications, that is looking for the performance. So is it usable? Are you satisfied? Does it help with your production or your travel? Is it beneficial for the amount of money you actually paid or you invested? So all these different types of things helps to build the justification for certain investments, and will also help inform if safety is actually being achieved or not, and if operations are being actually worked to its best or not. Next. So the idea is that if we look at the different flavors of the things that needs to happen, we can actually leverage many different points. One will be Trucker Web Portal, so where we organize the information and we make it available. We can use in Delaware the WTMC 3080, so 1380, and that is Delaware radio station. Not all states have that, or do not own something like that. The Trucker app, the different types of electronic logging devices or the fleet management systems, and of course we need to do the assessment. Next. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So the trucker information and the format, as we mentioned before, it's supposed to help provide enough detail for decision making, for good decision making. So with Iowa and Idaho, they are already doing this. They are definitely good examples. With Delta, we are looking at this. We started with the research, and we're definitely moving towards that. We are looking at starting our own trucker portal. And this all helps organize everything in terms of information for the V2I technology, vehicle to infrastructure technology. Next. Okay. Yeah. So the in-cab solutions that we are looking for are, all these different flavors of technology. And we really understand that if you think about who is Delaware, if you go through the I-95, 23 minutes and you're done. So if we decided to have an app, would any of you, if you were a truck driver, would any of you download that specific app just for Delaware? Don't need to answer. So we are basically suggesting and looking for the idea of perhaps working with the formation of a coalition to be able to make these type of solutions happen. Next. Next. Again. Thanks. So if you understand a little bit more from all what I already presented now, you understand that the truck app is something that the truck drivers need. 23 minutes just to Delaware may not work for any specific, download application. So we need original solution. We do look at third-party applications as the partnership with the private sector. And we are actually hoping that they can get interested in helping us get to that point. So the other reason why we also understood it was very important for us to actually make this presentation and do this research is because, okay, so Delaware is only 23 minutes through the I-95 corridor. What if we are shut down? So what is the path that the truck will have to take to be able to go to its origin and destination and whatever destinations they actually have? So that means that depending on the restrictions of roadways and stuff, the truckers are going to have a detour that may be actually pretty long. And so you're talking about delays in delivery of merchandise, you're talking about additional costs, you're talking probably even about tolls, so all of these things, if we get disrupted, we can cause a little bit of confusion on the I-95 corridor. Next. So for the in-cab solution, we do have all these different types of, third-party applications that already exist, and we understand it should have the same approach. Let us think about working together and see if we can actually have this happen for the trucking industry. I think it can work. Next. So for us to start wrapping up, what are the benefits of all of these things? So we do gain from existing technologies and services. It does provide us conditions to work in original solution and, leverage cooperation. It doesn't spend tax dollars with, additional things that are not usually an end of a DOT. So the DOT is supposed to help move the traffic and, help support the economy. We are not really the software developers. That's not the nature of a DOT. We can do it, but it's like if somebody else can do it, can we work with them? And it allows us also to focus on the information that is our business, information distribution and processing of such information. Next. So this research is actually something that when we were getting to the end, we looked and we said, wow, if we understand what it means, the connected and automated freight, and look at all these vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-infrastructure types of technology, and people say, yeah, but how did we get there? Because we are like in one stage, and then we look at things that are way ahead. Well, this is a transition point. If we work on this, we can definitely help create all the transitional phase for us to actually be able to benefit from the new technology that everybody is so involved with. Next. Next. So what do we, oops, can you go, thank you. So we understand that to reach out to the trucking industry is not something easy. We found a lot of the same challenges that many people have faced. So we understand we need champions, like in our case, Delbot, the law enforcement, the Association of Motor Carriers, trucking companies, owners, travel plazas, and why not other places where we know that the trucks are going to stop. So we understand that there's a big difference between the owner of some companies and who is actually driving the truck, and how do you get information coming from them. So many times we're looking to a face-to-face interaction, and we are not going to be able to run too much away from that. However, there is a possibility that we can, again, partner with, private sector, maybe Sirius Radio that has a very specific channel dedicated to the trucking industry. Maybe they can help us reach out and make sure that we get the information out, and we also can perhaps get information in. Next. Thank you. So the assessment methods and performance measures, as I mentioned before, it's critical for us to be able to show that, these things actually work, they are important, they serve a specific industry, so they are at a specific group, they are not everybody else in traffic, they are a specific group, and they allow us to evolve and improve the system through time. Thank you. More. Another key item with marketing and performance is once you are talking to people, you need to be able to establish a good level of communication. So sometimes, age is a factor. Sometimes people from the same industry, because they can talk about the same type of technical terms and issues. So we are understanding that, a marketing approach is something that we also need to consider. Next. Okay. And we also imagine that maybe if you're working with like a cell phone or something, and we would like to get the information, find out if something is working or not working, nobody likes surveys. People run away. People either offer money, right? Here, take some, answer the survey for me. Well, so how about if we put like one time pop out in front of the screen? The person's going to say, I didn't ask for this, and he's going to try to take it out, and voila, it went away. So if we have perhaps a one-time question that can be accumulated through time, maybe that's not too annoying. And then maybe we can have like small bits of information that can be accumulated through time, and then we accumulate in a database that will help us, improve the amount of things we know, or we find out about things that we don't know. So these are some still like brainstorming ideas. Next. Next. So I want to acknowledge that Terry McNish is here. He is the consultant that Delbel hired to help us with this research. We also have our team from Volpe, John and Dawn. They are doing the research on hazmat, and we are looking at that type of, commercial vehicle applications also. And thank you for receiving us, and thank you I-95 Corridor Coalition and all of you guys. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Question?
Yeah. Can everybody hear me? Is there any questions in the Solana or on the web right now? I do have one question that may get me and this. I'm on this master kick. It's called CJIC, I believe. Solana is one of the apps. CJIC, is that correct?
Yeah.
I noticed on the screen the truckers have the ability to put in their weight, their load, their height, their restriction information. Has there been any thought to, I know we always think sometimes the DOTs of a push from an ATMS system out through to a traveler information system. Has there been any thought of taking the data that the truckers enter into these apps, third-party data, and push it back into DOT systems for use? So that if you then see that there is an oversized, overweight truck that's headed down a certain route, that the mapping within the DOT system might show you it's a height-restricted or a weight-restricted bridge, would you be able to maybe do something about it? I just want to push that out there to anybody thinking about it.
Maybe I can answer that. In my former role at DOT, we did permitting, but the onus is really on the truck driver to know what size and weight that he's carrying of the load, and if he was oversized or overweight according to the regulations, he would get a permit through us anyways, and that permit would be route specific. So it would route that load along a route that could handle the load as well as the dimensional clearance of it. So if they're following the permitting law, they should be getting a permit, they should be getting a route specific trip. It's just a lot of them don't get a permit, but then if they're not getting a permit, they're probably not the ones that are going to be entering information in on their load anyway. So it's that's like a no-win situation there.
Yeah, we have thought about a little bit of these things, but just like for regular traffic, there is always discussion about how far is privacy being respected. So we have a little bit of consideration from that regard also. So a lot of the information that goes out through some third party, private sector, but there is like all these different agreements, and the contract may say, this information is not going to go this way, it's going to go the other way. So we need to be aware, if we even think about looking at something like this, we need to consider all different types of policy and how they actually say, yes, you can, or no, you can't.
Just one other thought or comment. In the meantime, while we are working with these app developers, I think really in the longer term where we need to go is we need to start talking to the vehicle manufacturers, the Peterbilts of the country, the Mack trucks that are developing new trucks, and how we can get them to incorporate this technology in the truck itself when it's purchased and put it as part of the purchase price. Much like you do now. When my son just bought a new Honda Civic, he had a Sirius subscription for 3 months built in for free, and they get to see it, and if they like it, then they're more likely to continue to pay for it. But if to have all these multiple devices in the cab is going to really become problematic. You've got the ELD, you've got the vehicle fleet device, you've got your e-screening mobile phone, you've got navigation device maybe. So to the extent that we could work with the manufacturers to consolidate those into maybe 1 or 2 electronic devices built into the cab is really, I think, the long-term solution, because that's sort of what we have now. Most people have those screens in their cars. We should be able to do that same thing for trucks. In theory. Sounds easy, but I don't know that anybody's talked to the trucking industry in terms of the manufacturing industry have those kinds of discussions, but I think we need to if we haven't. Because they're the ones that could pick. They don't have the restrictions like we do in terms of picking which third-party vendor. They can pick whichever vendor they want. We as states would be data providers then to those systems.
So one of the things that you're talking is one of the things that we did consider as like one of the elements for us to consider through the process, because at the same time that the industry could actually work all these solutions, we also have the industry working the connected and automated vehicles, and we wanted to make sure that we were inclusive. So as we shown in the presentation, 50% of the fleet is made of small business owners. And if we just go with, when they make the truck with those, so it's like, are we excluding 50% of the trucking industry when we talk about the new vehicle? Because it's like the transition is usually the piece that is a barrier for us to be able to get to the other side. So you will take a long time to be able to have everybody there with a new truck and new technology. Then you work through what FMCSA already said, okay, you need to have an LOD. You need to have these other systems. We understand there is a possibility of, overwhelming, devices, but I did not see that in any policy it was said you have to have all 3, 4 different types of devices. It was never said like that. So we are looking at being inclusive and understand how we go from one side of where we are today to enabling the technology and things to happen in the future. And perhaps as we work through this process, we actually open the doors for, the trucking industry, that the ones that build the trucks are interested in doing that. Fantastic. That we have the condition to speed up the process to be able to have everybody organized with their data set for the connected and automated freight. Fantastic. But we need to own the information the best we can.
Thank you. Silvana, can I? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Can you hear me now? There we go. Silvana, I have another question. I'm not sure. Can anybody hear me? Okay. I just want you to know that New Hampshire's travel time for I-95 is 17 minutes, so they do have you beat. On another note, going back to travel information and the websites and the web pages, I guess I wanted to ask if I could throw this out here to, particularly to Pennsylvania, to PennDOT and to Penn Turnpike on the phone, because I know with I-80, I-78, you're a huge trucking corridor. Has there been any thoughts of implementing, or that you already do have, a travel info module for truckers on your, and Mark Kopka's in the room if you prefer to have him answer. But just some thoughts, because you do have some large trucking corridors, and those websites seem to be very specific to truckers.
So, let's do it this way. It's something we've discussed in the past here, and we're looking forward to in the future. Right now, we're not proceeding with anything, mainly because our existing contract expires in November. But it's something that there's a strong focus on by our leadership, both on the PennDOT and the Turnpike side, especially when it comes to truck parking. So we'll be looking at ways to provide travel information, including truck parking in the future.
Could you ask the same question of Florida? I know Florida's on the call.
Okay. Denise would like to know, Florida on the call, any input on that too from your DOT standpoint?
Florida's on mute. Is Florida on mute? Joanne, are you there, or? Steve, are you there? I think they're on mute. Okay. Well, that being said, I will, I think the next step is to our third presentation. Thank you, Silvana. So, the next person up is Scott Coward from Virginia DOT, and he's going to talk about the truck parking program and how they're disseminating parking information to truckers. So with that being said, take it away, Seth.
Is the mic at the podium?
No, I know that. They said they weren't sure how.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to talk a little bit about Virginia and what we're doing. And hopefully some of the questions that have been asked this morning, I can share a little bit about what we're doing at VDOT in Virginia to try to answer the call, if you will. Next slide. So one of the things that we took a look at, and I'm sure everybody else is doing the same, is we took a look at the national issue of our freight travels. And as you can see in this map, Virginia is very red, heavy red, and on particular corridors, I-81 being one that we are looking into, as my presentation will show. Next slide. So some of the reasons that we're interested in this, first and foremost, is that we, VDOT, answer to a higher party, which is our Commonwealth Transportation Board, CTB. And they have made this an initiative that VDOT will look into, and there's some good reasons, but obviously this is from the federal standpoint, and I think some of the folks have already touch base on these as far as the 11-hour drive limit and so on and so forth. So I won't go through this, but next slide. So some of the COD, which is the Commonwealth rulings that are out, this is some of the policies that we have within Virginia. And as you can see from our commissioner, we want to regulate the parking on the primary secondary system. So we have a number of reasons why, and some of the issues that have predicated this is that on I-95 we've actually had situations where trucks have been pulled into some of the rest areas, and because of the way that folks had parked, they had to actually back out on 95. And for anybody that's ever traveled 95, you can understand that that's a major safety issue for a lot of reasons. Next slide. So we took a look at Virginia particularly and wanted to see where some of the gaps in the available parking were located. And we, because of funding, we did quite an analysis to try to drill down on what was something that we could use as our first phase, second phase. Next slide. And so we also took advantage of what the information that we had from state police and Virginia truckers that they had identified as being the major issues. And as you can see from the legends, we have quite a few areas in Virginia that we need to look into. Next slide. So what we did was we first took a look at all of our rest areas and welcome centers that we have that VDOT actually owned, we looked at the number of spaces that are available within those corridors at each one of those sites. Next slide. Some of the goals that we are looking at as are some of the goals that have already been discussed here today, to increase the utilization of the truck parking spaces and to reduce the time that the truck drivers are actually having to search for a space. But first and foremost, we wanted to make the information accessible to the truck drivers in real time and it being accurate. So we've done a lot of study into this, some pilots. As you can see from this, we have gone through and we've actually done a number of pilots in the state, which I'll go into more detail where those are located. But the technology that we used here was actually dealing with putting sensors space by space, if you will. And we refer to them as the hockey pucks because they look just like a hockey puck. They're 3 inches round and about 1.5 inches thick. And we put them about 2.5 inches down under the pavement, surface pavement. We currently have put in 2 spaces or two pucks per space in one of our lots. as being the pilot. This information is then disseminated up to a sensor computer that's located on a pole within the lot, and it's got a certain radius, and then that sends it to the master that is on another pole that will send that information out and will be received back at where the master unit is. So as you can see, one of the things that we have on this slide is that we have a camera, and we've put a camera in each one of our sites. It actually is for our QA/QC, and this is a state effort. We have 5 regions, and each region has their own TOC, their Transportation Operations Center. And so we've provided this camera so that within our application, and I'll go into more detail of this, I think in another slide, but the TOCs are actually able to take a look through this camera and be able to figure out whether or not the count that we are disseminating is correct or not. And if it's not, through the current system that they have in their TOC, they're actually able to override what the camera or what our DMS sign shows and correct that. And so we're asking the TOCs in the regions that we are deploying this to do QA/QC a couple times a day and make sure that and it just depends on the accuracy that they're finding on how frequent they would need to do this QA/QC, but we found that the information that we're providing right now is about 95% accurate. So there doesn't require a lot of tweaking, but we just want to have that in place. Next slide. So I know there's been a lot of discussion this morning on this topic. We've done a lot of studying on, as you can see, we went back and we pulled some 2007 studies from the California Berkeley campus on what is the preferred way for drivers to receive information. We actually went out and did face-to-face surveys at 2 of our welcome centers because one of the things that we wanted to get was firsthand experience, firsthand feedback on what are the truck drivers actually looking for, what is the best way for us to try to disseminate this information. So one of the things that I took a copy of that sign, as you see right there, for the available truck parking, and as the truckers were coming out of the rest areas, we would stop them and ask them, how would you prefer to receive real-time information on spacing, on space availability? And I had 100% for all of the folks that I talked with. Before going out, I had actually done some research on some of the truck companies that are supposed to be providing different methods of being able to receive information, Snyder's being one. And so I was kind of focused in on, as soon as I saw a Snyder truck pull in, I caught that driver as he was coming out of the rest area and said, hey, I understand that you guys have these LED printouts across your, top of your screen, and you have different types of information being disseminated to you from your dispatch and such. And I did not find from any of my surveys that was true. I did ask the question, do you guys ever use a smartphone? And I actually got some folks that were, pretty vocal about the fact that, it's not allowed and blah, blah, blah. So I did not hear anyone say that they actually use the mobile app when they're, not to say that they don't, but they wouldn't agree, they wouldn't open up and tell me. But so anyway, we have, in Virginia, we've done a lot of research, and I'll go back to talking about our mobile app and our website in some other slides. But we are actually dealing with and trying to coordinate with some of the third-party entities, which I'll talk a little more about. Next slide. So how we got started was we looked at the AADT as far as what are our existing parking lots that we have, our rest areas, what do they look like, what's the usage? And as you can see, one of our lots, 892% turnover. So that lot, the people are pulling in and parking everywhere, and that's not unusual across the state. But we had to break it down because we knew we had a limited funding, and so we decided where would we start. So this was our first take at looking at where are our problem areas. Next slide. So from that, we were fortunate enough that the Federal Highway and the I-95 Corridor Coalition contacted us and wanted to do a pilot, and we were very happy to be the recipient of that. As you can see, there's 5 lots that show completed, 2 on the 64 east and westbound at New Kent, and then we have 3 on northbound on 95. 3 lots that were completed. The pilot program or project that you see on I-66 was something that VDOT did internally. The eastbound, it's at Front Royal, and it is totally a truck parking lot. So the 6 of those lots have been completed so far. And again, the infrastructure that was put in place there was space-by-space counters, the hockey pucks. We put in the cameras and so forth, but the long-term plan that we have right now, that we have just put together, finished a bidding project of putting together a bid package for 14 lots, as being, we're calling it phase 1, because it's really the phase 1 of what VDOT is reaching out to complete. As you can see, a lot of those lots are on 81. As I mentioned earlier, we realized that 81 is a major corridor for the CBO world, and so we're focused in on that. We want to also provide on 95 the southbound side, since we've already done the northbound side. So that's our project that we have going on. It will be going out for bid in the next couple months, and the focus is for us to have those 14 lots completed and that information being disseminated out to the CBO world by the end of December. So the operation and safety benefits, I think we've all talked a good bit about this, but just the knowledge of knowing the space availability and it being in real time. So as I mentioned earlier, the safety, not only for the fatigue, but for just the knowledge of knowing the space is available when they pull in and not having to back out onto 95 or whatever that roadway would be. And then, of course, the cost savings that having this information would provide. Next slide. So some of the lessons learned that we have, as I mentioned, we have, we broke this into 2 phases. Our first phase of this contract is, and this is all public knowledge from the CTBs that we've posted, we put out, but the first phase is about $2.5 million. And the second phase we have a price for, but we have no funding allocated for it at this point. So, but your original cost estimate that you go out with, I would just say, when we first looked at putting this plan together and putting it on paper, we had a cost estimate that we felt like was a good estimate of looking at all of the factors. But until you actually go out to the lots and do a site survey, that's when you come back with the real price. Things you don't know before you start out are, where is your electricity? Where's your power source? How many solar units are you going to need? How many posts will you need when you're using this kind of technology to make sure that you've got adequate posts in the right locations to pick up the sensor information. So there's a whole lot of factors. So before you say that you're going to go out and you're going to do X amount of lots, the best thing to do is to really go do a site survey. Sign placement matters. When we launched this project just a couple months ago, we put out some portable DMS signs, and part of our project is to put out permanent DMS signs every 2 miles prior to the entrance. we feel that, again, from the survey and from a lot of the studies that we've done, that the real-time information that the truckers need, from our perspective, is to have that information in front of them at the 2 mile or less. But we don't want to go any less because we want to give the truckers plenty of opportunity to, proceed to the right lane. But when you do put the sign out, just make sure that you coordinate it with the right folks, but you put it out where it's not going to be a distraction or take away from your partners. And when I mean the partners, we're talking about the private sector, and I'll go into a little more detail on that. Coordinate with the private sector on your projects and before they're deployed. We actually held a meeting with some of the big players that we have in VDOT, in Virginia, in the Commonwealth. We reached out to them. We held a meeting at the beginning of the year, and had all of those folks at the table that could make it. We are actually reaching out, and our main reason for doing that is not only to let them know that we're moving forward with this project, but to let them know that we want to become a partner. And one of the things about our deployment is that we truly mean that. We want to, our goal in this is for safety of the truck drivers. And so it's not a VDOT effort, it's a corridor effort. Evaluate what the business model would be acceptable for offering to the third parties. That's a big step for a DOT. And if anybody has any kind of lessons learned on that, then we would definitely be interested in talking to you. Doing your own survey of the CVO influence. As I said, we did ours, and that was the feedback we got. Next slide. The locations of the roadway. One of the things that we looked at, and as you can see, and I apologize for the map that's below there, but that's kind of a snapshot of our deployment of those 14 lots. As you can see along the 81 corridor, if you're looking from Winchester up at the very top, we tried to figure out what would be the best distance for us to be able to provide what is considered real-time information. And so we looked at 30 miles as being the most. And so when you go to place your sign, if you're going to be coordinating with other agencies or third parties, try to make sure that you keep that in mind, because information gets stale, and if somebody is within their time limit or coming up on their time limit, you want to make sure that your information is as fresh and reliable and accurate. So keep that in mind. Always keep in mind the risk associated with your partnerships, because of the DOT, that has to be really articulated correctly using your internal legal service, and for us, we have to put everything through our Attorney General's office. So the other thing is, clustering the deployments makes a big difference. You want to make it available to the CVO world. If they see that one site is full, then you want that information to be clustered so that they don't have to go very far for the next open site, hopefully. And the last thing I'll touch on is just the coordination with your internal stakeholders. As I mentioned, we have 5 regions, and even though it's a central office initiative, it's a statewide initiative. And so there's cost that's associated, ongoing cost. And so just make sure that you not only talk about how much the cost is to deploy this program, but what kind of cost there would be as you continue to move forward. I'll touch a little bit on a couple things that you guys had brought up. Internally, we have an ATMS system that we're deploying, and we currently have a system called VA Traffic, which will be replaced by this ATMS service. Again, the QA/QC feed that they are able to do on their service is able to go in and correct the sign and so forth. So that makes a big difference for us. But it's an XML feed, and when you deploy this, you want to make sure that your formatting is something that can be accepted by most app and web developers. We internally have something I'm going to talk on a little bit more this afternoon, which is a project I developed called Smarter Roads, which is a cloud portal. This information is going to be sent in as the XML feed to the Smarter Roads. So any of these trucker agencies, truckie apps that are out here are going to be able to take that feed, and they're going to be able to take that in and be able to add that in to their app. Park My Truck, we've already talked to NASA, and a number of those. We also want to add on our 511 a layer that will be providing this information in real time, and it actually has a sign that looks like a DMS sign, and when you pop over that icon, it'll open up and it'll show you in real time exactly what that sign looks like. We also want to add a layer on our 511 that provides that height, weight, wind restrictions, not only the static information, but the dynamic information. As we talked about yesterday, we've got Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel that the winds are always going to be a restriction area. So we have things throughout the state that we have to look into. I think that's all I had. Next slide. Okay. Any questions?
I had a question.
Yes.
You had recommended that before I know the state embarks on this to really do some ground truth testing and go out there and do site investigations. In your case, who did that? Was that DOT staff, or was that part of your vendor or your consultant's assignment?
In our particular case, we hired a company to work with us to put together our bid package. Okay. And but we went with them as well, so it was both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we also coordinated with each region to have a representative from their place to go with us that knew the area, that knew the region, and when we got out to each one of the sites, they knew where the power source would be, and they also knew what the availability, throughout the whole entire Welcome Center rest area.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'll just speak loud. John Wojtowicz from the Volpe Center. Relative to your saying you have your camera set up to give you the QC, QA, are you putting any other type of sensors out there for your camera systems at your rest stops? Are these manned 24/7, or are they automated or human operated? And are you using it for any other purposes, such as trucker safety, detection of illegal operations, whether it be human trafficking, which is one of the key things that we're doing with Brazil does, the illicit cargo detection for hazmat and human trafficking. Amber alerts or anything else, and are you using any other sensors out there, such as for leakage or other safety issues that might be happening at that rest area from the truck?
Okay, good question. The infrastructure that we have today is we have the purse-based hockey pucks. We also have the entrance and exit counters, which I probably didn't touch on, and then we have the cameras for the surveillance strictly for the QA/QC. It's not recorded. As a DOT, we make it a point that we don't record any of our cameras. I actually manage the 511 Travel Information Service for VDOT, and we have over 1,500 cameras in the state, and I'm constantly being called by law firms, did you record this? So we make it a point that we do not record on any of our cameras. It's all in real time. But as far as the sensors go, that's their main purpose, is to detect when there's a vehicle on top of it. The main reason we have two is because some of the shorter vehicles won't pull up to the line. These sensors are able to pull in a register of a 10-foot radius. So that's the reason we have them about 20 feet apart from the front of the line back, So we're able to, whatever size vehicle pulls in, we're able to detect that there is something on there. And it does provide real time. We've tested them completely throughout.
Just for clarification, I was talking about the video. Recording or not doesn't make a difference. It's whether or not the operator is watching it or is only when something comes, like how do they know to look at it? And like for illegal activities or trucker safety, flashing of lights, or from an Amber Alert, the operator scanning, or seeing, observing other issues. And like sensors like fuel tank leakage or some other type of sensor infrastructure that you may be thinking about putting at your rest stops or may have already there.
Yeah, we don't, our current infrastructure we have set up does not provide any of that information. However, we do have, and the operators are looking at these cameras throughout the day. They're up on their screen, so they're able to see if there's anything that is unusual, exception information that would be needed. If that is the case, again, all of this type of information is populated into our VA traffic today, ATMS tomorrow when we launch that. And once that information is provided in, it directly feeds over to our 511 service, and it's disseminated through our 511 service, as well as that feed now goes into Smarter Roads. And getting back to the question I think that someone had asked earlier about the GPS providers, I've done a lot of work with the GPS providers, with the Garmins and the TomToms, and we actually have 2 email addresses, one for each one of the services, that if a special something happens within the state, all of my TOCs have those email addresses, and they're able to send that email to the GPS providers immediately. The quicker way that they're getting it nowadays, because they've actually called me, is through our Smarter Roads and that feed. And they'll call and ask, is something cleared yet? So we know that they're using it. But anyway, good question.
I have a question on the phone.
Who is it?
This is Phil Strom from Delaware.
Oh, thank you.
And it goes more towards back to when you're talking about your partners and getting partners involved. Are your rest areas owned and operated by the state, or by the Commonwealth of Virginia?
They are.
So they're not operated by a private entity.
No, we can't tell. There I am. No, they're not. They're operated by VDOT, and we do have a partner agency that is the Virginia Tourism Corporation. And so where we have welcome centers, they do their part as far as manning those. But as far as the maintenance and so forth, everything is done by VDOT. Just to touch a little bit more on the third party, we did reach out. We had a really good meeting with the third parties, and the agencies we touch base with are your normal ones that you would see along the roadway: the Flying J's, the Loves, the Pilots. We met with the folks that own Liberty stations across the state, and all of them were very interested in working with us. One of the companies that attended said that they are doing a pilot out on the West Coast, and they had just started that about a month or so before we had this meeting. So they really didn't have any lessons learned from that. But one of the things that was a takeaway from the meeting was that they were very interested in working with us when the timing is right, and meaning that they were very concerned about the accuracy of the information. One of the companies said that they wanted to make sure that if they were going to partner with us and we were going to be a part of the same sign, that they had certain rules that they wanted to go by, certain accuracy and reliability. The good thing is that VDOT has the same concerns. So I would say that if you're trying to coordinate with some of these big third-party companies, they're very receptive. But just be patient, because we're all sort of in the first stage of this. And if you look at some of the trucker apps, some of the information on there is stagnant. It's not dynamic. It'll tell you how many spaces that they have at these locations. But And what we found going out and talking with them, a lot of them don't have any kind of sourcing of being able to tell you in real time. One of the companies we talked to said, you know, that they were very interested in doing it. They were asking us how they could do it. So I would say if you're planning on working this through and becoming partners, it is a true partnership. And that's one of the things we wanted to make sure of, because we put a lot of study into the types of technology we put into our lots, and they felt the same way about theirs.
Thank you. I was just concerned. I was wondering if, you know, whether these places would want a sign that would say they're full. You know, I can imagine that, you know, they didn't want to turn anyone away. And I was curious to see if you experienced that or that concern with your partners.
That's an interesting question, because when I went and did the one-on-ones before we ever had the meeting, I had been told by some folks that I was probably going to be not getting a positive reaction, and to say the least, it was very positive. They wanted to share their story with me, and a number of them were saying, we have issues every night with people coming in, they're parking in front of other folks, and there's been altercations in the parking lot. There's been, you know, all these different issues that they wanted to share with me. So I was very pleasantly surprised to see how acceptable they were to the conversation, and they offered up that they couldn't talk to me about being involved in the meeting, that I had to go through corporate for each one, which was exactly what I thought was going to happen, and corporate was very receptive too.
Thanks, Scott. Are there any other questions from the guys on the web?
I have a question over here.
Okay. Well, we're asking about the web first. Then we'll ask people in the room. Give them a chance to get off mute. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Derek Bedard again from NJTBA. I'm from Virginia. I'm familiar with a few years ago, maybe more than a few years ago, a lot of rest areas were closed due to budget. What are there plans to avoid things like that in the future? How would you deal with budget cuts in the future that might cause closures at future parking areas?
Right now, there's no plans for that. I think that was one of the lessons learned that the state was definitely receptive to, and but right now there's no plans of closing them. I know that I'm involved with the maintenance program a lot, and they are budgeting. That's one of their first line items on their budget is the maintenance and keeping those open. So.
Mary Grace, are you still on the line?
I am. Hi. So just a point, if y'all can hear me, just a point for what Scott's talking about. One of the things that we'll be doing over the next several months, we're wrapping up, as Scott said, we deployed a number of sites in Virginia under the Coalition's truck parking grant that we received from Federal Highway. We did obviously some early testing, and then our deployment program ended up partnering in Virginia, and I want to thank Scott for those guys for working with us, and those sites, as he said, are up and running. The next stage of this is to do two things. We'll be holding a truck parking workshop in early May, bringing in the DOTs from around the corridor to talk a little more detail, not just about the information piece, but what they've been doing about capacity, looking at addressing some of the operational and planning issues. From that sort of more intensive small group workshop in the fall, we'll be pulling together what we'll call a truck parking symposium. That'll be a much larger scale event that will then start to look at a wider compendium of issues, more presentations, bringing in the private sector, some more industry involvement. So I'll encourage people in the DOTs, obviously, will be following up with you, but also for the MPOs and other partners, please feel free to drop me a note and thoughts or issues that are keeping you up at night about truck parking, and we'll certainly work over the next 6 to 8 months to try to, address those as we pull both the smaller group and the larger group together to see how we can advance some of these discussions. And clearly, the whole information piece is a very important part of that, and the lessons learned here, but also from other places around the country.
Mary Grace, one last question before we wrap up and head to lunch is, there's folks that are sitting in this room or possibly on the web that are, in a metro area, downtown Boston or Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Why should they care about truckers and truck parking? Tell us why that's important, because as we start moving forward.
So I think that one of the things that's going to become a more critical issue is as we move in a stronger e-commerce base, certainly there's a lot of trends that are changing in the trucking industry. Urban areas still have parking issues, whether it's where they're sitting outside your border waiting to come in. You've got urban issues with truck parking that have to do with, where they rest at night to get in and out of your facilities, whether or not they're able to get close enough to your facilities to make timely deliveries within your urban areas. You're only as good as the area around you, and as more and more people are looking to have things delivered on a more timely basis, and as those population shifts occur, even though you're in a metropolitan area, you still have to be serviced. And if those trucks if they have no place to go near facilities and they're parked hours and hours and hours out, we're really entering into a difference between what I call parking for hours of service and staging. So thinking about operation supports, those are all critical issues where trucks need to get in proximity to them. So I don't think it's an urban versus rural issue, because at the end of the day, these are feeding urban areas. So you're tied to that area around you, because the economy of your freight deliveries is dependent on those trucks getting someplace close to you that they can make those deliveries and get in and out in a timely fashion. So I think there's more to explore with that. I think there's been some good examples of urban areas. The city of Elmira, New York, had some serious issues with trucks parking around their perimeter roads, and came up with the idea of taking a brownfield area, creating a truck parking facility for overnight. So I think it is an issue with urban areas. I think there's some complexities that are a little different, but they're still a part of this issue and a part of the solution.
Thank you. Before we wrap up, any other last questions at all? Guys on the web? Anybody there? Okay.
No other questions.
Go ahead.
No other questions.
Oh, no other questions. I'd like to thank the speakers. I'd like to thank Mary Grace for setting the table, for Silvana for bringing a great concept of a small state, but who's thinking largely about a large topic called trucking, and to Scott, because VDOT's always been a little visionary in certain things and seems to be taking the bull by the horn. So with that being said, we are going to break here for lunch, and then we will Joanna will be back on the web at 12:20 to start the roundtable, which will be facilitated by Mark Kopko. Go ahead.
This is Mary Amin. I would just like to ask everybody, at least in the room, to give our presenters and our speakers a round of applause for an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be back in 35 minutes.
Be back at 12:20.
Bathroom passes are back on the round table in the corner. Or follow me.
Sure. Solomon, should I just hang up for now? You?
Hello?
back to the screen here.
Welcome back to the Travel Information Services Committee meeting. Just a couple meeting reminders, especially for those folks who may just be joining us for the afternoon. This is both an in-person and web meeting. So therefore, if you are participating via web, please remember to mute your line when you're not speaking. In person here in the room, if you can just keep your paper rustling to a minimum, that would be appreciated. Again, this meeting is being recorded, and the presentations will be posted to the Coalition website following the meeting. So at this point, I am going to turn it over to Mark Kopko as he is handling our afternoon agenda.
We have an in-person speakers go up to the podium or from there?
They can do it. Oh, I can pass this around.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Productive morning here. Hopefully we have just as productive an afternoon. Looks like we have potentially up to 17 different presentations here. So 5 minutes each we'd like to keep it to. Everyone would like to get out of here before it's dark. So if possible, try to, to keep it short and sweet. So first off, we have North Carolina. Is Kelly Wells on the phone?
I'm here.
Perfect. All right, well, we'll turn it over to you, Kelly, and go at it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Can you advance my slide, Joanna? So I'm going to tell you about some changes that we've made to our 511 system, and it was really getting to be the end of our second 511 contract. We've had 511 since 2004. And we were getting to the end of the second contract, and people were saying, should we do 511 again? Should we just turn it off? What do we want to be? And so I feel like we found an option that allowed us to continue to offer our 511 system, but at a reduced cost and a lot less care and feeding. So I wanted to share that with you this morning. I don't see my slide. Okay, very good. So this is just a quick summary of kind of some of the changes that we've made to our system. So we ran the old IVR from 2004 to 2017, and in the middle of last year we switched over to a live operator-only system. For all those years, Atkins ran our IVR with a Voxeo backbone, and now we take our call. Hello?
Kelly, we can't hear you.
Rail calls. You can't hear me? Can you hear me, Joanna?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I heard someone saying they couldn't hear. Okay, so there is a call center set up at the women's prison here in Raleigh, and they answer calls for our Division of Travel and Tourism and also our rail division. So they were well equipped to be taking various kinds of calls and already answering them. So we approached them and said, hey, can we give you our traveler information calls, and can you use our traveler information website to answer those questions? And they had done that for us before during storms, but this was just more of a day-to-day type operation. And the really cool part that I didn't know when we started this was that the state actually has a contract with AT&T for various telephony services. And so we started getting into this, and they said, our phone people with the state said, oh, well, do you want this and this and this and this? And I was like, oh, yes, I do. So it was just a beautiful thing that we had the ladies to operate. We had a backbone of AT&T services that we could choose from. So we really just put all of that together. Now, it's not the same system. It's not nearly as sophisticated or as available as it once was. It was a 24/7 system. Now it is daytime only, but 7 days a week. We used to be able to handle 500 simultaneous calls. Now we can handle 20 calls at one time, and 20 can be in the queue. One of the biggest changes is forever we have put ambers and silver alerts on 511, and our silvers are different than your silvers because we have multiple silver alerts every single week. So we do silver alerts like a lot. You'll see in a minute some of those numbers. So we decided at this point to make the switch and solely put our amber and silver alerts on our overhead message sign. So that was a big, big change that we did at the same time. One of the interesting things to me always was with our 511 that we would get about 50% of our calls that had what we called no request. They wouldn't ask for a route, they wouldn't ask for a county or a city, they just didn't do anything when they got in the system. So yeah, they could have listened to the floodgate, but I always had this feeling like 50% of the people don't get into the system and do anything, and that seemed really strange. Well, now that we have live operators, we now know that 50% of our calls are what I call bad calls. So it's either a hang up, a wrong number, static, or some other oddity, a butt dial. Something's happening in 50% of our calls. So I know I've thrown this out to this group before, and if you have an IVR, I guess you really can't see those calls. But I would just caution you, when we look at our call volumes on 511, I really wonder, how many of those calls are these quote-unquote bad calls. I really hope that when we changed from Voxeo to AT&T, I was hoping I would see a big change in that number, but we really didn't. So I think it's just the peril of a 3-digit number that we get a lot of these kinds of calls. So what happened with our call volumes? Well, we had about 35,000 calls a month on average, but remember, that included ambers and silvers. And like I said, we have silvers just about every day. So when we took out ambers and silvers, we went down to about 2,400 calls a month. And I factored out those bad calls because I don't count those anymore. I take those off the top. So we have about 2,400 good traveler information related calls every single month. And back in the day, we promoted 511 during emergencies, right? When the governor would say, hey, call 511, I could just watch the call volumes go right up. I went out and campaigned with all the different agencies and said, hey, you can't say that anymore. Please don't tell people to call 511 in an emergency. We're really not set up for that. We're kind of downplaying the phone technology, upplaying our website. We rebranded our website, did some outreach on that. So now when we have emergencies, we send people to the web, and we do not say 511. And lastly, when we started our system, we were paying about $360,000 a year. A couple of years ago, we went to Atkins and said, hey, this is too much. How can we cut it back? We wound up with $120,000 a year for the system. And now that we're working at the prison, I pay about $30,000 for various costs at the prison, mostly supervision. The inmates don't cost much, but to have supervisors there, when I wanted them there, I had to pay for some of that supervision. And it's about a little less than $10,000 a year in call volume costs. So that is kind of what we've done. And I don't know if we're going to do questions now, Joanna, or what?
Sure, we'll do questions now. We'll start here in the room. Anyone in the room have any questions?
Do they have any turnover?
Yeah, actually. So it's the best job at the prison, right? It's the only air-conditioned job at the prison, so they work really hard to keep those jobs. But there's things that happen. I go there every month, and I say, hey, what's going on? And they say, oh, she's gone. She had some, she punched somebody in the face. She's gone. So they don't take any mess. You have to be perfect behavior to have that job because it really is the best job in the prison.
Kelly, that's important. They think it's the best job. That's kind of where I was going with that.
Yeah.
That's a big
Yeah.
deal.
It is the best job in the prison. And, yeah, I feel like a rock star when I go there because I go and they're like, oh, hey, and they just tell me what they've done and who they've helped. And they love it. I could tell you some really touching stories about these women and what this does for them. But it's the only chance they have to talk to the real world a lot of days. And it is the shining star in their lives at this point. So it's kind of a win-win in that way, too.
Do we have any questions from people on the web and on the phone? If not, well, thank you, Kelly, and we'll move on to our next speaker.
Okay, thanks.
So next up, we have Lorenzo from Massachusetts DOT.
Hello, folks. I don't think that's my slide.
There
we go.
So this is just giving you guys an update on what we're doing with our Traveler Information Program at MassDOT. We're actually conducting a research project to look at how we can evaluate and enhance our Traveler Information Programs. Next slide. So as many of you may know from previous presentations, our program is provided through a bunch of different outlets and platforms targeted to a number of customer service groups who rely on different media for acquiring traveler information. The services are not consolidated or integrated. They've been developed over time in different units to support public expectations, special projects, or requests for new approaches. We've determined that we probably should do a gap analysis of what is not being provided by MassDOT and the third-party community so that we can inform how those gaps can be filled and how a comprehensive set of information services might be provided. So we want to keep in mind that the program should leverage what we already do well within our different business units for the communities we serve, but we should also take advantage of services provided by third parties and the private sector to complement our current service delivery. Next slide. So we applied for a research project through the Office of Transportation Planning at MassDOT. The research section, we were selected to participate in this project in June of last year. We applied in June, so we're selected in January. The project is scheduled to start next week, actually, or in advance of April, with a completion date in December of 2018. Next slide. So real quickly, our objectives are to assess gaps in the provision of service, make recommendations on how those gaps can be met through different enhancements that consider information integration and dissemination through a single platform, identify how this integration may or may not facilitate mode choice changes, and how these enhancements might augment changes in the way we provide service from different locations and through different means to that complex and diverse customer service. Scope of work, we're going to have a proposed structure that looks at various transportation modal information platforms that could be integrated and supported by the latest traveler information technologies being utilized in the private sector. The research will address whether there is a public demand or need for such a service that might facilitate mode shift or require a change in how transportation service is provided. Next slide. Research tasks, we're going to do a literature review, a gap analysis. We're going to analyze and evaluate our options, assemble recommendations, and then do a technology transfer, which is to share with you folks what we found from this research. So number one is to do a review of what we have currently, how we're assembling and disseminating current information. As you all have heard from previous presentations, we use IBI to provide a 511 service in Massachusetts. It's a program that is supported through commercial sponsorship from Safety Insurance. But we also want to look at other modes of transportation. We want to look at the private sector. We want to look at separate services and how we can integrate those practices, how we can better meet the needs of metropolitan areas as well as the rural areas, and then look at all of the different publications and procedures that are out there with respect to how data is being integrated from multiple sources. The gap analysis is going to essentially look at the manner of traveler information delivery, the types of information, the level of detail, how we determine the information is accurate and timely, look at how the information needs interface with connected and automated vehicles in the future, see if there are new and innovative ways that we can obtain transportation data, advanced methods to analyze data from different sources, see how we can generate useful and custom guidance from that data, and then of course look at how the data is received and utilized by the users. In the task 2, we'll have a report. Quickly, I know I have a time limit here. We're going to phase the task 3 is to analyze our options. We're going to look at the pros and cons of different options for organizing and sharing information. We may look at the different ways they store data from centralized to distributed. We'll look at traveler information from different points where we provide raw data and data access interfaces, or we share all the data through a single interface, or we adopt different models where we are sharing different types of data via different interfaces, and that includes working with partners in Waze and Google, parking space availability, transit vehicle location, mobile applications, etc. So lots of different options that we're going to be exploring. And then last but not least is task 4, where we're going to have recommendations, and we'll have task summary reports, written monthly reports, review of the gap analysis, some recommended actions. We'll draft the final reports, form a presentation, comment and review, and then by the end of the year, we hope to have something that not only will inform policy here at MassDOT, but I think can be helpful to other states who are trying to figure out what's the best way to continue to commit to travel information, but committing to travel information using not only what the DOT can provide, but what the private sector is already providing currently, and kind of integrating or leveraging those different benefits. And then, like I said, we will do a technology transfer. We'll share the technical papers with different associations and organizations, including our own organization, but AASHTO in the I-95 Corridor Coalition states as well. If you all have any questions, you can reach out to me as the technical rep. We have two professors from the University of Massachusetts at Lowell who are going to be the research principals on this project, and we look forward to sharing our results with all of you early 2019. That's it.
Thank you, Lorenzo. We'll start with the phone. Any questions on the phone? Any questions in the room?
Lorenzo, I just have one question. The literature search, is that going to be specific to Mass, or is it going to be more of a regional? Where are you pulling the data from the literature source?
So we're going to look at what we do here in Massachusetts, but we're also going to look at what's going done in other states. So we're going to be doing an internet search of different reports, papers, and travel information websites. We'll be going to different 511 websites. We'll be looking at other regional organizations, the states, the coalition states, and major transit agencies.
All right. If there's no other questions, we'll move on. Thank you, Lorenzo, and I think we all are looking forward to hearing what your results of your study are. If you can share them then with us next year, I think that'd be great. So we're going to move around here a little bit. Next, we're going to go to Scott to give an update here on Virginia.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me?
Can people on the phone hear Scott? We're moving a mic around here.
We hear him just fine.
Okay. Thanks so much. Yeah, so I just wanted to give a brief update on some of the things that are going on in the traveler information world in VDOT. I've already talked a little bit about our truck parking, but one of the things that we launched this past year was the smarterroads.org, and it was a cloud-based portal, and it was really to provide the raw data out in its rawest format out to the public and to any entities that would be interested in taking this data and being able to develop something from it. One of the initiatives obviously was to provide information through the connected vehicle technology platform, but also to encourage application and business developers. One of the things that we felt that we wanted to provide out was through the Smarter Roads was obviously the direct feeds that we have within our 511 service. The only thing that we were limited on was putting out our feed for our video distribution. There's so much behind the scenes that takes place on that we were not able to provide that as a feed. But all the other feeds that we have, we are providing that out. One of the things that we found is that we added to our service this year as well was we launched a new app, and along with that we've added some of from our user experience and just the
feedback that we've gotten through our 511 service, we've had a lot of folks that have said, how can 511 be more like the other groups like Google and the Waze? And so one of the big things that we looked into was in our new app that we developed was putting in turn-by-turn navigation. And we actually partnered with Waze, and it is the application that we're using is really a part of the Waze navigation that they have. So it's worked out quite well for us in that respect. But again, Smarter Roads is a portal that we are trying to provide all this information out to provide for the traveler information side. We know that it's being used because we have been receiving a lot of information from the third parties that are receiving this data, and they're inquiring back to us about how they can use it. The application itself provides it in 5 different formats, or whatever that format may be, XML, JSON, and a number of others. But as far as the traveler information world goes, we know that it's being used by some of our GPS locators because, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, we've had direct conversations with them, and they have asked us particular questions about things that they've seen through the feed, shutdowns at the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, and a number of other things that have taken place over the state or throughout the state. So, there's many ways of getting information out, modes of communication. 511 is one of ours, but now that we've found the smarterroads.org, we're finding that that's another resource for us to get the traveler information world out as well. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Scott here? Room or on the phone?
I'll ask one question. So regarding your relationship with Waze and how they are providing the turn-by-turn directions, up in this region, it's been an issue where Waze has routed people through roadways where they don't want people to be routed through. Have you worked out anything with them so they don't do that for you, or is it still, however Waze would route them, they would continue to route them?
Waze considers a road as a road, and I think that that's another part that I think this I-95 can help out is that with Waze and being a partner of Waze, one of the things that we hear a lot is that it has to be something for them to adopt that would be good for all states. We've got 17 states involved with I-95, and I think that if we can come up with a way we can use some of the ideas and the new initiatives that we're introducing within each one of our states, if all of the states are in agreement with that, I think it's an opportunity for us to reach back to Waze and say, hey, this might be something you want to look into. I do want to mention, if you're a partner with Waze, they are starting these regional meetings. They had one last year here in D.C., and then they're planning on having more of those once a year in each one of the major regions. So if you are a partner, try to make it to those meetings, because that's the opportunity we have from a traveler information perspective to add our 2 cents and become a partner with them as far as testing new products that they're putting out. One of the things they were working on that we're getting ready to adopt in Virginia is that they did this big beacon in the tunnels up in Boston, I think was the first place. And through working with them, we're now adding that to part of our traveler information of adding beacons through our tunnels down in Hampton Roads and up off the 81 going over to West Virginia. So I think that's an opportunity for us with Waze as being our partners, is to let them know these are things that mean a lot to us, and if we can get 17 states involved, that's a good percentage of it, across the state, our country.
Scott, just one other question. Would you be willing to send Joanna the link to where your Smart Roads portal is so that folks could maybe go check it out? Because I know sometimes it's difficult to find in certain areas. That would be great.
just wanted to add to what Scott was saying about Waze. We worked a lot with them very closely as, an active agency, and they are here.
Who are you?
I'm sorry, this is Ted from Port Authority, New York, New Jersey. So we worked a lot with Waze, and they are there to work with you, and they do want to make their product better so the whole ecosystem is better. And I think it's important, another thing to add for the agencies to understand, from the outside, a lot of times people complain about Waze, Waze sends you here, Waze sends you there, which is true, but the underlying issue is, and we've had these conversations directly with Waze, they are more than happy to put a restriction to not route somebody down a road, but the agency needs to pass some kind of ordinance, something to give them a reason to do it other than you ask them to. Because then if that's the case, where does it end? There's a request coming from everywhere, and then their competitors, the reality situation, they have competitors like Apple, other routing systems that aren't going to put those restrictions in, and now, the competitive disadvantage letting those platforms route people down roads that you ask Waze not to. So I think we need to be a little more proactive as agencies and provide the ammunition to actually make a change on the platform, because it's been done multiple places. I know even here locally on some local roadways. But just saying that it's the approved detour route is not good enough. We need to provide some ordinance, something, documentation to put that into the platform.
Quickly, Scott mentioned that in Washington there was a regional group meeting with Waze and the Connected Citizens program. Ted, I know you guys work closely with Waze, and you've even been over to Google's office and sat with them. Is there an opportunity for this region, say the tri-state or New England, to put something together similar to what they did down in Washington?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have, the other aspect here is the map editing community, which is really vast. So in this region, there's probably a couple hundred map editors, and then there's like called the regional champion who kind of coordinates, and there's a lot of kind of here and there pop-up meetings between smaller groups, but we could work to coordinate one more regionally. And they do have their annual summit Waze. Last year it was in New York City in October. I know they're planning this year. Then anyone that's a partner and is able to come, it's a really good insight into, you have the Waze headquarters staff, so you get the perspective on what they're working on. They also are seeking input from everybody in the room, all the partners with city, state, federal, around the globe agencies, so it provides a lot of different perspectives. And then some of the vendors that have, say, off-the-shelf plugins like Esri or Genesis Pulse. So you get a really global perspective on what's coming down the line and how to best take advantage of your partnership with them.
Do we have anywhere on the I-95 website where we list off all the partners that are Connected Citizen partners?
No, but I wrote it. Okay. Oh, telepathy's working, man. All right. Wow.
Crack the whip over here. All right, we'll move along here. Next up, we're going to go to Cliff, who I believe is going to give an update here on both Maine and New Hampshire. Cliff, are you on the phone?
I am. Hey, there we go. Wonderful thing, technology. All right, so what Maine and New Hampshire are working on is actually partnering with a third-party vendor that helps with online permitting for over-limit vehicles. And the company, what it does is it provides a dashboard for trucking companies to be able to apply for over-limit permits. So what Maine and New Hampshire are doing is tying this information into our TIS or even into our ATMS, where we're basically now putting in for whether it's road work or whether or not it's bridge restriction information. We're putting all of these attributes and all these details into the TIS. And ultimately, ProMiles here, which is the company that both Maine and New Hampshire are using to help with this online permitting, is consuming it and making it real time so that the trucking company can see actually what's going on and be able to select the appropriate route to be able to make the deliveries necessary. So next slide. So yes, what we're looking at doing is, again, trying to provide real-time information because nobody wants to be able to deal with the over-limit load at a construction project and try to figure out whether or not you're going to move the barricades or you're going to try to back up the truck. So with our information that we're collecting, we're basically, again, putting it in. Weather, I wanted to quickly go ahead and talk on that. So one of the things that we basically have is a stipulation in the permit consists of when there's snow on the road, i.e. difficult driving conditions, what we do is we basically prohibit over-limit loads from traveling on the interstate. And so on this particular dashboard that the trucking companies utilize, basically there's a big bold red statement that says during inclement weather, check 511 or New England 511, road conditions, if showing difficult or hazardous conditions, then no go. So it's been very good, very receptive. The trucking company likes how we're moving in the right direction of being able to keep them informed of up-to-date, accurate activities that DOT is currently encountering. Next slide. So we're looking to go ahead and do some further enhancements on it. Right now, the process that ProMiles uses to extract the information is clunky at best. So we feel as though that definitely there's value here, and we need to go ahead and provide better information to them. So we basically are setting ourselves up for success. Ultimately, one of the things that we are probably going to be looking at doing is adding more functionality on the New England TIS 511 webpage for more of a commercial truck drivers. So they can go ahead and see seasonal load restrictions during mud season. They can basically look at where do we have construction projects that have a width or a weight limit and things like that. So we're continually refining what we're offering, and we're continually trying to have conversations with our trucking community to be able to figure out how can we serve them better. So I had just sent an email out to ProMiles asking if they share their information to any of the trucking mobile apps, and currently they do not. So that might be something that we have further conversations with in the future, trying to figure out how to serve up our trucking community, especially the long-haul folks, in a better format. I don't know if there's another one there, another slide or not. So if you have any particular questions, love to go ahead and talk to you. But so far it's been a win, and we encourage more dialogue with our trucking community so that we can be able to keep the economy in Maine and New England running smooth as possible. So that's it.
Great. Do we have any questions from the group, online or in person?
Cliff, can you speak at all to the spring road restrictions that are going on up north as well on the Compass TIS?
Right. So in, I'll say, New England, we end up having mud season where basically the thaw has begun, and basically we have what we call a seasonal load restrictions. So what the different states are doing is a little bit different. We've got to see if we can figure out a better way of being able to standardize on it. So what Maine currently does is we have a separate web page with an interactive map that shows what is currently what we call posted. New Hampshire is opting to go ahead and put that information directly onto the TIS, and I think Vermont also ends up having something offline that they end up keeping in a separate mechanism. So what the end result, though, is that we definitely want to have one-stop shopping so that a trucker can easily go in, figure out exactly whether the road that they are looking to travel across is posted or not. And so we're looking to make some further refinements on our TIS. But we've got some, I'll say each one of us has our own business processes that we've got to figure out how to blend and come up with a common methodology so that a trucker can easily figure out what's going on where.
All right. If there's no further questions, we're going to switch over And I guess Denise, you're going to be giving an update for Vermont.
Robert White, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Robert, I mean, the one slide we have, when we talked about Vermont, you're investigating how to incorporate Waze incidents into your HMS.
Yeah, correct, because unfortunately in Vermont, we do not have a 24/7 TMC. And of course, everything always happens when there's no operators in our TMC to input information into 511. Plus, our state police are notorious, even if we are here, they are notorious for telling us about dead deer on the roadway, but they do not notify us when they close a road. So one of the things we've actually been doing is we've been monitoring Waze, and we've actually seen where Waze crowdsourcing information there'll be information about our roadways even before we or the state police know about it. And so through our partnership, through the Tri-State partnership with Waze, we're actually looking to actually have Waze, any incident after hours, automatically populate our ATMS and go out to 511. And so we're currently looking at the confidence levels, and we're just about, we're within probably a month of actually pulling the trigger on this because, again, we just had an incident last night where we had a truck crash on the interstate that shut down the interstate. And again, we had legislature as well as state of people who were calling in saying, what's going on? Why are the roads closed? There's no information. So that's what we're looking to do going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Vermont? No, we'll keep progressing along here. Next up, Rhode Island. Is Mike or Russ on the phone?
Yes, Mike is on the phone.
Where's yours?
Currently, Rhode Island is using the Waze data to post our travel time. We got an agreement with Waze about sometime in July last year to see how we can use the Waze data. We started testing it in October. We finalized it as of December. We started running the Waze, our travel time using the Waze data on our DMS. What we give Waze is we give them our incident data. We give them our, which is planned and unplanned. The planned incident that we have, like road work and brief work and everything, we send that to them and they post that. Just last Tuesday, Tuesday, we also added them to our, what we call the incident level 3 and 4, which is incident that will last more than 30 minutes. 30 minutes or more would be considered 3, 60 minutes plus would be considered 4. That means all the roadways are closed. So they're going to be, anytime there's an email to that effect, they're going to get that email and either black that, use whatever they do to show on the map that it is yellow, green, or blue, whatever color they want to assign that incident to. Other than that, that's where we are. With 511, we stopped using 511 since 2013. We discontinued the use of 511. We have an automated 511. If you dial in Rhode Island, if you are in Rhode Island and you dial 511, it's going to send you a message will come out sending you to a website for more information. So that's where we are with the 511. Maybe Ross would like to add something as Ross is here also.
Just quickly, the Waze information is being used. We're able to use it to post the travel times on our VMSs and DMSs. And that's happening now. It's been happening now for, I want to say, maybe a month or two.
2 months.
2 months. So the director here wanted that to happen without using the old data we used to use, the enriched data, et cetera. So that is happening. That is unique to our knowledge. It's a work in progress, and I guess if there's questions on that, please ask, but I might have to defer to Mike to how it's happening. But just wanted to share that. We're using the Waze data through our partnership agreement. Our consultant for our TMC has made it happen in posting travel time messages on our existing permanent VMSs and DMSs.
Great.
Hello?
Are there any questions from the group?
This is Mike again. I heard something, is that, I think I think was it Maine or Vermont that talk about, or Maine or New Hampshire that talk about the WAVE group meeting. That's something we'll be interested in. If we can talk to WAVE to bring it to the region, at least for the New England states, that would be nice to see, because this is my first time hearing that WAVE is having, is planning or it's been having meetings for regional coordination. We would love to do that.
Okay, duly noted, Mike. Can you guys hear me on this?
Yes.
Okay. I think the question, and this is an interesting question because Rhode Island right now is the only state that I know of at the moment that is scraping WAVE data and posting travel times on their message board, and it's WAVE data is free. So,
yes.
The data itself is free. The integration may have some cost to it, but it's a new spin on how you post travel times. So my question to you, Russ and Mike, is that how much ground truthing, or is there an expectation of doing ground truthing of the data on the message boards? Do you guys have any plans to do that? I know you just started it 2 months ago, but I just thought I'd put it out there and ask.
Yes, we have planned to do that. We want to do that using the traffic, the traffic research section data also, and do a comparison to see what the data that we're supplying or index or WAVE is giving us is the same, is equivalent to what they're getting, or very close to what they're getting. Index WAVE data will be a little higher, but at least we would know that the difference won't be more than 30-40% difference.
And I'll add, this is Russ, so an initial anecdotal kind of testing was done before we decided to post them on our signs, Denise, but I don't think we have any formal report we're able to share at this time on evaluating the effectiveness of the travel times that we are posting, unfortunately.
Right. Hopefully when you do have some report back, you'll be able to share with us.
Definitely, so we'll do that. In fact, we have people, we also ask people to track the time, especially people that work in DOT, and see if our posted time based on their regular commute is a little bit off or on target. So we're hoping that by this summer, I will have a summer intern that will prepare a survey, and we send it out to the folks in the department that have been using our roadway to see what our posted travel time is more or less in line with their regular travel time.
Mike and Russ, also, I don't know if you could see in the chat box, there's 2 questions from Michael Pack at the Cat Lab.
Yes, the first one, Mike's first question, it's freely. There's no special agreement to my knowledge. The second one, Mike, can you answer that?
If you see 30 to 40% difference in time. Yes, that's about, yes. And the first one, free to the extent where we gave them something in exchange. We gave them our information, our data in exchange for what they're giving us. We gave them crash data, we gave them travel vehicle, their volume, speed, everything that we have that goes into what we call our roadway database. So they get that, and then they gave us travel time in return.
Okay.
At no cost to the department in terms of cash exchange or funds exchange.
Ted from Port Authority just wanted to add to, it's great using this travel time data that is free to post travel time. Just for background, Caltrans, California started doing this probably 18 months to 2 years ago. It's actually one of the featured case studies on Waze's Connected Citizens Program website. And we have worked with Caltrans to figure out how they did it. Yeah, there's a little work in how the VMS receives the information from the data feed. And we've done that at a couple of places in LaGuardia Airport where there's roadways changing during construction. But even more broadly, the travel time data that comes through Waze, it's not just posting it to the VMS, but you could use it for planning and operational purposes, looking at impacts to construction, things like that. And we did our own internal assessment of the quality of the data, but for ground truth, we didn't use actual people, travel time runs, but we used the Transmit EasyPass data, which is widely accepted as the most accurate. And we found that the Waze data is as accurate as other GPS data source types. It has the same limitations, parallel roadways on or ramps on top of each other. There's issues, but it basically has the same challenges as other GPS data. So if you're talking about highways, it's going to be very accurate data. It's when you start getting into the more urban canyon areas or parallel type roadways where you have a problem.
Great, that's good to know. Thank you. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, Ted, you're up.
Okay. Again, this is Ted, Port Authority, New York and New Jersey. Just wanted to touch, what we're working on from a high level, traveler information, meaning the truckers and the traveler public as a whole. We've been focusing on making the information that we put out to the traditional communication channels like 511 to put it out to the navigation apps with Waze, Google, Apple, to make those APIs, microservices of information available so that information is consistently not only on 511 but also on the other platforms. We have the luxury of going through an ATMS development and deployment later this year to help put that information out. So that's what we're focusing on with the ATMS, to make sure that we're putting information into 511. It's also going out to the current platforms and any navigation app platform that may come up in the future, and kind of take a proactive role in having them take the information that we put out. That's both real-time incidents and the planned closures. For us, being a tunnel, bridge, especially environment, airport, full closures are not that frequent, but they're very impactful. So we make sure that all those full closures get on platforms like Waze and Google, and for anyone who's a lot of questions always come up. Well, doesn't Google own Waze? Do they share their information? Why is it on Waze, not Google? There's short answers at different independent operating units, but in the last few months, they have made a connection where any closure you put into Waze through their platform will show up on Google. So that's a huge penetration rate in terms of people using either Google Maps or Waze, so we make sure that all full closures we're putting in through our TMC operators into those platforms. We've also been focusing a lot, and there was a lot of discussion yesterday among the strategic planning group about mapping and making sure that maps are up to date. So that means the different map segments, but also the points of information. Like at our airports, different building numbers, cargo areas, different terminal frontages, arrivals, departures, airlines change one terminal to another, making sure that all that information is up to date as possible in the navigation and platforms, and it all starts with the maps. The maps aren't up to date, people won't be routed correctly. We're trying to do that from a more strategic perspective, partnering with Esri, our ArcGIS solution, to track what changes and what we've communicated to the various platforms. Thank you.
Any questions for any in person or on the phone? All right, if not, we'll move along. I guess I'll take a break here real quick just to verify, in case no one's noticed the pattern. We're going north to south. I have here that Connecticut and New York State are not participating, but I just want to check in and make sure. We don't have anyone on the phone from Connecticut or New York State, correct?
No update, yeah.
All right. Then we will go on to New Jersey. Jonathan, you on the phone?
Yep, I'm here. Everyone can hear me okay?
We We can.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be giving a quick update about NJDOT's portion of the 511 program over here. If you go to the next slide, please. Current upgrade that we're working on is concerning our wing system. Currently, we have 448 video feeds from our traffic cameras throughout the state being fed into our wing system, and of those 448, a little over 400 are actually being pushed out to our 511 New Jersey webpage. And with the outlook over the next 5 years to install and integrate an additional 200 plus traffic cameras, we decided we would need to upgrade and expand our current system from 9 wing forages to 16, and this is going to give us a theoretical capacity of 700 live feeds compared to, I think we're at about 500 right now. During this process, we also thought about moving our wing system to a virtual environment. A virtual environment allows us to have a smaller data center footprint. It allows future expansions to be done more quickly in a simpler fashion, and it also improves disaster recovery. But after some internal discussions, it was determined that one of our data centers up north wouldn't be ready for the virtualization in 2018. So we're going to push this back to 2019 and hopefully accomplish this in 2019. If you go to the next slide, please. I just wanted to give some statistics from the snowstorm last week. Compared two similar days from this year and last year. So the blue is Wednesday, March 8th in 2017, and the lighter blue is Wednesday, March 7th, 2018, which was, I'd say, the peak of the storm for us. It's pretty much just showing that with the governor and other public officials stating in their addresses that 511 to go on 511 New Jersey for information, that people are actually listening to them. You can see in a regular day in 2017, we had about 6,000 hits, and during the snowstorm, we had 46,000 hits. So it's definitely a system people use, especially during weather events. And if you could go to the next slide, please. That's really all I have. If you have any questions, feel free to give me a call or shoot me an email, or I can answer them here too.
I have a question for you, Jonathan. So
sure.
You had spikes there for snowstorms. Have you looked at other weather events, whether it be hurricanes or tropical storms that hit the coast of New Jersey, or any other major inclement weather events, to see if there's a similar spike, or do you see it? If so, is it equal to snow, or do you see snow being the larger spikes?
To be honest, that's something I personally haven't looked into, but that's not a bad idea, so I could look into that and get back to you.
Any other questions from the group? Great. Well, thank you, Jonathan, and we'll move on.
Yep,
I believe Mike Pack from the Pennsylvania Turnpike is up next. Mike?
Hey, thanks, Mark. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. So what I'm going to do is provide a high-level overview of our current connected work zone pilot we're working on, and how we're starting to use Waze, which I'm kind of calling quasi-social media, for our early warning detection tool, and some of our current and planned projects that will ultimately support connected vehicles moving into the near future here. So we did, the Turnpike completed a connected and autonomous vehicle roadmap last April, identified some potential short, mid, and long-term deployments, along with some options for early deployment pilots. And we chose to move forward with the Connected Work Zone pilot due to the volume of the work zone incidents that we do experience every year, which includes over 200 accidents within our work zones across our 552-mile system, and around 20 truck-mounted attenuator hits per year. So that's really the primary reason why this pilot really kind of rose to the top for us. We recently completed the project concept of operations, and we're working to finalize the requirements. We expect design and deployment will be completed by July of this year, with an anticipated go live in July. And then that will start the evaluation period, which will take place from July through November. And will include two types of work zone patterns. One will be the mobile work zone pattern, and we'll also do a fixed pattern. We're also going to test work zones day and night. And then if the pilot's deemed successful through the evaluation process, we'll consider for more of a widespread deployment on other turnpike maintenance vehicles for work zone and snow plow operations. And next slide, I'll talk about this, talk about the high-level design, and I'll also be presenting this at the upcoming Work Zone webinar, April 19th. Now, we're also working closely with our IT departments to define our future DSRC architecture, what it has to look like, understanding that there's several other efforts underway that will need to be deployed prior to our full connectivity to near future DSRC deployments. We are including a few DSRC units in a few traffic count stations for early testing. However, early on, they're only going to be providing static messaging. Our IT unit's also working on a public-private partnership procurement to bring in a vendor to deploy broadband fiber on our entire 552-mile system, and which will also include dedicated fiber for turnpike use. Now, one of the things that we have to have this done for is by October of 2022, we anticipate going live cashless tolling across our entire system. So we will need fiber for that, and that's then when we can kind of also take advantage of that for connected vehicle technology and other ITS deployments. I also have a slide then to kind of walk through our beta early warning detection tool. Okay, yeah, go ahead, next slide. Thank you. So quick overview of the high-level design. So you're looking at the lower left-hand side. That's an onboard unit, a CODA, will be deployed in one of our construction vehicles. Also provide a router for cellular connectivity. If you go up the left-hand side of the diagram up to the supervisor vehicle, that will also be equipped with an onboard unit to receive messaging from the construction vehicle. Now going back to the center and of the cloud, we will also share this information from the vehicle through the cellular router up to information logistics servers. They're our vendor they maintain one of our current systems called our emergency notification system. That data feed will be sent into ENS, and then that feed will then also be shared with Waze, which will then share with our Wazers travel in our system. We did also want to provide, and maybe in the future if this becomes a longer-term deployment on more vehicles, we also wanted to provide it to our traveler information application, which is called TripTalk for the Turnpike, but we're currently working with Mark Kopko and PennDOT to merge our traveler information application. So in the future, it may be in the 501PA / TripTalk application. Next slide, Mark. Okay, so this is really early on a test. One of our data geeks over in GIS loves playing around with our new data analytics platform. We have Qlik, spelled Qlik. A lot of you may be familiar with Tableau. This is very similar to Tableau. And so this person really wanted to test the functionality of Qlik and kind of using for real-time operations. So what he did is he pulled in our INRIX data, our Waze data. We are a connected citizen with Waze, and National Weather Service alerts. And the segments that you see there in the middle, they're shown by XD segments, INRIX XD segments, and we do have well over 1,000 across our system. And then the left-hand side is where you can adjust the thresholds for each one of those data types. So from INRIX, you can get the differential speed by milepost with the ability to sort and filter by districts and roadway. You can also set the speed thresholds to watch the milepost along our system. You could set the Waze alerts by milepost and set to Waze rating, confidence, and reliability. You can also set the thresholds for visibility and wind speed from data from NOAA. And also along the right-hand side, it gives the active National Weather Service alerts. Now, we currently have Drive Engineering analyzing this data for us. And what we hope to be able to do is determine the highest quality threshold combinations along various parts of our system that may ultimately allow us to dispatch maintenance before we even receive the call into our TOC. Understanding that really has to be high reliability in order for us to do that, but we're hoping that we can actually see what threshold combination really kind of gives us the lowest amount of false positives. We're hoping to wrap this analysis up within the month, and if it does prove reliable, we'll pull that data feed into our ATMS for alerting of our duty officers, our TOC operators. So that's what I got for now, Mark. Open up to any questions.
Any questions for Mike?
Hey, Mike Pack. This is the other Michael Pack.
Hey, brother.
About the the dashboard that you just showed, is that meant to be an operational tool, or is that meant to be an evaluation of the data tool?
Initially, it's an evaluation of data, and we're also working to stand up some performance metrics within that tool. But we are testing it for the applicability to potentially real-time operations.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Based on the information coming from NOAA, and based on the information coming from NOAA and the inclusion of the weather patterns and stuff like that, additional research is looking at behavior, weather behavior. Is that anywhere in the to be looked at and incorporated?
Mark, I believe someone's asking a question, but I couldn't quite hear that person.
We want to try this microphone. Yeah. 1 second, Mike.
Okay.
Hello, you hear? Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
On your graphs, you presented information coming from NOAA for the weather. There is research going on in terms of weather and behavior. Are you planning in looking into that? Is there anywhere in your horizon of, trying to understand how you bring in that application? So that's also being pushed through Paul Pisano's office with Federal Highway.
Okay. Yeah, good question, and I'll try to answer it by the way we plan on kind of moving forward with this tool, and as well as ATMS as we deploy that. But as far as this kind of beta test, we took the available feeds from NOAA and NWS just to kind of test the tool and pulling in that data in real time, and also to see if, based on the various thresholds, that we could get particular types of alerts based on weather data coming in. Now, we have a contract with AccuWeather that provides us with forecast and real-time data along specific mileposts, from milepost to milepost along our roadway. So the next step for us is we do want to pull that data in, because we have found that is much more reliable than the county-wide type of alerts, the more broader alerts that come in from NOAA and National Weather Service. I'm not sure if that really exactly answered your question or not, if I understood it correctly.
I'm getting a thumbs up here, Mike.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mike before we move on? All right. I believe I am up next. All right. So I will be talking about Pennsylvania's Connected Automated Vehicle Deployment Initiatives. Next slide, please. So this map just gives you an idea of current and planned initiatives that have occurred or are going on or soon to be going on in Pennsylvania. The tricky part with CAV deployments right now and tying into travel information is that we just don't really have that market penetration on the public sector side and in general personal vehicles. So there's a lot of deployments that we're doing that don't really tie into travel information, but I wanted to highlight a couple of things that we are doing that does. Next slide, please. All right. So one of the things that the group might be interested in is through the Smart Belt Coalition, which if you're not familiar with it, is a tri-state partnership between Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan, the 3 DOTs, 2 toll authorities, and 7 academic and research institutions. We developed a Workstone reservations travel information system concept. With this, it basically has a couple of different facets and different purposes. One is a multi-user lane reservation, so to make sure that we don't have conflicts. I'm assuming most states are the same way, where you might have an active work zone, and potentially down the road there's utility work going on that you have no idea about in a TMC or TOC. You might have maintenance crews conflicting with contractor work for construction. This was designed to be a system that you can integrate everything into it via a simple user platform, so that you can identify conflicts. You can set thresholds for certain roadways so that you don't do construction during certain times or during certain events. So everything would be integrated into one system. With that, then you would have multiple data feeds going out from a travel information standpoint that can feed into other systems. How it ties into connected vehicles is that it can then, through this one system that would basically be a giant data fusion engine, would be able to convert all the appropriate information into the right Society of Automotive Engineers standards, so that that then could be re-sent out to, say, roadside units or cellular transmitters to be broadcast to connected vehicles in the future. We would have predictive data analytics into it, and then it would ultimately be an open system, so that although it's looking across three states right now, you could ultimately integrate into other states, local municipalities, utility companies, whatever it might be, who want to put their actual information about closures into a central system to be broadcast out. Next slide. Another project that we are working on right now is deploying a low-speed automated shuttle on the Penn State Harrisburg campus in Middletown, just outside of the city of Harrisburg. With this, the tricky part about a low-speed automated shuttle is that you're traveling at a speed of 15 miles per hour, roughly, so it's important to know when the shuttle is going to arrive next, because it could be potentially 10 minutes in between. So one of the things that we're looking at with this project is actually developing a mobile application in partnership with the university, so that students, when they're looking to actually utilize the shuttle, that they can see using AVL information where the shuttle is at, how long until arrival. There's talks about incorporating other features into it, just general services that Penn State Harrisburg would be interested in. Next slide. And finally, a project that we're working on right now is the I-76 Active Corridor Management Project. So this is the Schuylkill Expressway going into the city of Philadelphia, along with the typical stuff that you're doing with active traffic management with the gantries, hard shoulder running. We're taking over signals for the first time in Pennsylvania from the DOT standpoint. We have about 14,000 signals in the state, and we don't own any of them for the DOT. It's all local municipality owned. We'll be taking over 160 of them here on the parallel routes, which on the screen, they're like the magenta color ones to the left and right of 76. With those, every signal will be upgraded and equipped with the DSRC. Right now we're in the ConOps phase. We're planning on how we can incorporate some travel information applications into that to tie into both what's going on the Schuylkill, so that you can have information about potential detouring or potential alternate options. This also ties into the SEPTA rail line and parking facility outside of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, so that information can be incorporated in. So we're looking at the interface of both current mobile applications, but then also tying in future technology of connected vehicles with TSRC, potentially partnering with some other manufacturers to broadcast information at other means. So that's a quick overview of what we're doing in Pennsylvania. Any questions before we move on? Oh.
Good stuff. Solomon, NJTPA. Question on the active corridor management. Who are the partners involved in that process, and who's sponsored, or who's the sponsor agencies for the program?
So it's a PennDOT project. It was proposed originally by the DVRPC, the local MPO. All the local municipalities are involved, the local counties, the MPO, of course, the usual players you would think in a situation like that.
Okay, and does the architecture come into play in terms of the development of the ConOps? and the, how are you paying for it?
Part of the money's coming out of DDRPC, so that's what they're allocating out through their planning process. Secretary's discretionary funding is paying for some of it. I don't think we have any outside sources beyond that. Architecture for all the systems, yes, will be developed through the ConOps process.
Mark, as you get closer to Philadelphia, any thoughts of just diverting and moving the Schuylkill?
We would love to do that.
All right.
The number of times I've heard about building a second deck, like that doesn't cost billions of dollars. There's no other questions. We'll keep moving along here, getting towards the end of the day. All right. Next up is Delaware. I have Denise is actually going to provide an update.
Right. I'm just going to give an update on the submission from Delaware was that they've got a new mobile app coming up. The features of it is that it's got a traffic map, live video. They're posting travel times on their mobile app as well as 24-hour real-time advisories. Plus real-time bus info as well, and travel restrictions, no plow movement, and Waze info, all on a mobile app. So that's pretty hefty information. The others, they can report an issue, get news on projects. The DMV sample driving test. I don't know if you know that Delaware has started a pilot to have a mobile driver's license, and they're using with 200 vehicles for the next 6 months. So instead of that pulling out your card out of your wallet, it's on your phone. Anyway, and then they've got radio stations. So apparently this is a new mobile app for DelDOT, and it looks pretty exciting. So I think they've just launched it. My update for Delaware.
All right. I guess if anyone has any questions, we'll just document them and then get the answers later from Gene. All right. Moving along, Joey, you have updates for Maryland?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, let us get you a mic here quick.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
This seems to work the best.
Right. In the meantime, thanks so again to the coalition for supporting this and our friends here at NJTPA for hosting us. Wanted to talk in a common theme here about connected vehicles and a little bit that we have going on in Maryland. First, a shameless plug on 511. 2017, we sunsetted our legacy 511 and moved it to a more simpler, cost-effective 511 system that's directly an extension of our ATMS. As opposed to a standalone contract, because that was a huge cost. You know what? We inconvenienced about 6,000 active users of 6 million registered Maryland motor vehicles. So as we handle those complaints when they come in, we just stated this is a better use and fiscal responsibility of our money for what services we're providing. And we point them to the website. So with that, some connected vehicle activities we've been focused on. It's been exciting in Maryland. We have a secretary-level CAV working group composed of all of our business units of rail, both surface transportation agencies, myself, and the Maryland Transportation Authority. Mass transit, very, very big and key in our efforts. So at SHA, we also have our own working group for our business unit, and heavily involved are chart, traffic, planning, our stakeholders there. And some of the things we're doing are exploring our enforcement issues that will be needed in the state. We already have some testing and expressions of interest that are ongoing. A few of them are non-disclosure agreements, but we're excited that we're open for business and bringing folks in to test on our roadways, airport, and park and ride locations. We have a permitting process they're going through with the Motor Vehicle Administration. We're identifying our own test bed locations, I'll get to in a second, as well as some intermodal project coordination. Next slide. So one of the deliverables that we've been excited about that came out in 2017 was our strategic action plan, a living, breathing, evolving document, if you will, but it helps set a framework that we're working out of. And our vision for that strategic action plan has been to embrace technology and next generation mobility trends for safe and reliable transportation for people and goods within our state. Again, I already mentioned it without even reading the slide that we've been open for business for partnering. We have been deploying CAV technology. I'll get to the next slide here in a sec, but some of our foundational systems are supporting all of that. So some of our activities now that we're focused on are the locations that we're using for DSRC are also the ones we're co-locating to meet the 50-20-50
have that number right for the SPAT challenge. So we've identified a corridor in Howard County, Maryland, US Route 1. It goes from Baltimore to Washington, D.C., and it parallels Maryland to 295 and I-95. So that location has been important for us to take a look at and to partner with transit and transportation and coordination on that corridor. We're interested in short haul and freight data services, and then as well as with the signal upgrades and arterial CCTV deployment, we're also looking at our communications infrastructure. We rely heavily on areas that we don't have robust and mature fiber optics, a lot of cellular and a lot of modem going back and forth to our system, and we're really trying to look at that, and we're completing a few tasks that look at what we have, what we need, and what we're working to deploy, and US 1 is going to be our test bed for that. And we've already expanded. We have 3 or 4 other test beds statewide, one near our Aberdeen Proving Grounds with our partnership there. And that's a little bit of a crash course update of all the activities in Maryland.
Do we have any questions for Joe in the room or on the phone? All right, if not, we'll keep moving along.
Thanks so much. I need to catch the same train Scott's on. So you guys
Oh, thank you, Joey.
DDOT, I don't know who's presenting from DDOT. We'll just pass the mic over.
Thank you. I'm Suzette Robinson, and we're just going to do everything Maryland's going to do. How's that? No, unfortunately, we're a little behind, and so I'm just going to tell you briefly some of the challenges that we've had pretty much sitting between Virginia and Maryland. You know, it's hard for us to have a 511 system because if we did, again, it would either get routed to one or the other because we're such a small system. So one of the things we noticed is that our highway information system says #77, even in the District of Columbia. And if you dial that, you actually get the Maryland State Highway, who's probably not going to come help you with your vehicle. Just saying. So what we're working on is a system where we now have our own ATMS system, and we are trying to, and a 24-hour TMC. So we're trying to connect the dots so that we can at least have those phone calls routed back to our traffic management center. I got music on it.
If everybody on the phone could mute their phones, that'd be great. Thank you.
Really nice. So, I mean, that's one of the main things that we're working on, and as well as how do we connect all of our long-term construction projects, which is some of the stuff Pat talked about, the utility projects that we have going on, construction projects, even our maintenance projects, because on our arterials and, again, the highway, a small closure can have a major impact in the District of Columbia. So we also want to take our special events, you know, the District of Columbia and special events and the traffic control plans surrounding those can, again, also create an extra challenge for us. So we're trying to incorporate all of that into our ATMS system and then have a way of communicating all of that to travelers. And to just kind of give you an indication of how our DMS system, which we are connected to Virginia and Maryland when we put out our information to the public, sometimes it's not, we need a way to prioritize our messages. So, you know, we may have a message that says on Monday, Metro Rail is not going to be in service, so, you know, consider your route. So we're giving notification that there'll be more cars on the expressway system. And this actually happened to me, and I'm sitting on the expressway on 295, and traffic is backed up, I mean, for the longest time. And I get to a DMS sign, and it says, Metro Safe Track, Metro Rail, go DC Go, you know, to plan your alternate route. And that's not why I was stuck in traffic. I was stuck in traffic because there was a major accident and 295 was closed. So that was an example of if our TMC operators have more real-time information, they can put the right message on the board, even if it's for a temporary basis, to go back to our basic message. So that's really the thing that we're working on though.
Any questions from the group or on the phone or the web?
And real quick, Suzette, are you doing any integration with your shared transportation services, bike share, shuttle, any of those programs with your systems management, ACMS?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
All right. South Carolina, do we have Rob or Tisha on the phone?
Yes, Tisha is here. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I don't have Rob on the line, but I do have Mike Bowman, who is our ITS Operations Director, who is with me. In South Carolina, basically what we're doing here is that right now, within the next 30 days, we're advertising for our third generation 511 system. And with that system, the emphasis within the next system is basically going to be evacuation routes on our coast. What we would like to do, Mike is going to basically tell you what we propose to do, and who we've partnered with is the South Carolina Department of Public Safety, South Carolina Emergency Management Division, and we are looking to partner with Waze. So Mike is going to tell you what we're looking to do.
Good afternoon, everyone. What we're working with, as Tisha alluded to, with our partners, the Department of Public Safety, is a way to kind of enhance, if you would, for lack of a better term, our hurricane evacuation plans, specifically starting with the lane reversal out of Charleston that ends at Columbia. It's just under 100 miles long. We're working with our Director of Road Data Services, Todd Anderson. There's 26 interchanges from Charleston where we start the evacuation until it concludes right there at the intersection of I-77 and I-26. And we're developing a GIS file and ArcGIS where each interchange can be identified, how you load traffic, where you load traffic, where traffic on the reverted side could enter, what interchanges are open. We found, dating back to Hurricane Floyd in 1999, when all this became prevalent, and as you guys know, we're faced with the threat of hurricanes like most of you up north are with the threat of winter storms. So this is something that we felt like is crucial, beneficial for both agencies, and ultimately pushing this information out to the motoring public. In 2016, we were challenged with Hurricane Matthew. In 2017, we were challenged with Hurricane Irma. And in both of those, particularly in September 2016, was the first time in the 17 years that the I-26 lane reversal plan has been created and written. It's exercised every year in our annual exercise, but in September 2016, we actually implemented it to watch it, to see how it worked. To get some feedback and see what our challenges are. Now, one thing that we did learn too was the evacuation itself was the category storm did not basically prompt a mass coastal evacuation along our coast. We're about 4.1 million people. So we're also looking at having that now, that the guidance and that we had during Hurricane Matthew is one of the things that drove us in this direction. Not only do we have a hurricane evacuation plan in the Charleston-Columbia area, but if we look up in the northern conglomerate around Myrtle Beach, we have a hurricane evacuation plan on US 501. And then if we travel further south in South Carolina, we have two plans down in what we call our southern conglomerate, one out of Hilton Head and one out of Beaufort. So this pilot project on working with DPS, once we have these developed and there's something credible, there's something usable, then we're going to focus on those other three areas.
And what we want to do with those, with everything that Mike was talking about, is basically place this information on the 511 app. What we found out is that by using the app, we have seen an uptick in users every month for the last 5 years. So what we decided was that the best way to push the information out to the motoring public during a time of hurricane, the best way to do it will be through the 511 app. We're looking forward to getting together and try to discuss all this to see how to make it work. And we're looking forward to at the next meeting to be able to process out and tell you how far we are and how soon we'll be able to implement it. And that's about it. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, we are. Thank you for the update. Very interesting. Please keep us updated on how things go. I'm sure most of the states here, especially the coastal ones, will care about these evacuation routes and how they work in your new service. So please keep us updated as you progress.
Okay, and if any other states out there has tackled anything like this or anything closely related to it, we are open to your data if you want to share it, to tell us how you implemented it, how it was implemented, and how well it worked. And we are excited to do it.
Might be an interesting topic for next one, how states are using travel information during emergencies.
Yes. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving along, Georgia, is Mark on the phone?
Yeah, this is Mark Demidovich. I don't have any slides, but I can give a quick verbal rundown of our traveler information efforts here in Georgia.
Perfect.
All right. Well, we have three main components of our 511 traveler information system. We have, of course, the 511 phone service, and we get about 2,000 calls a day on that. It's an automated system, but it does offer the users the option of speaking to a live operator here at the TMC. And about 15% of the callers do elect to do that, mostly to request motorist assistance or report an accident or a hazard in the road. The second piece of 511 is, of course, our website, 511GA. We get about 25 to 30,000 unique visitors a week in that system. It offers the typical things that a 511 website does: traffic maps, incidents, construction, travel times, etc., and of course traffic cameras. One of our recent updates was to switch from just snapshots to live streaming video on the website, which has proven to be very popular. We use sort of a homegrown system for that. We host our own series of video servers here at the TMC and pump out all the video from here, as opposed to using a third-party vendor for that. We also recently layered Waze incidents onto our own data through our partnership with them, so the users can elect to view or not view Waze events on the 511 Georgia maps if they like. And lastly, the 511 app, which is basically the same thing as the website offers, just optimized for a phone. So far we've had about 320,000 downloads of that. And what we're seeing is that the app usage is starting to surpass the website usage. So as the app usage is increasing, our website usage is decreasing, which is not entirely unexpected. In addition to those pieces, those three outlets for information, we also publish all of our data in an XML feed. So if there's any third-party developers that want to come in and create their own apps, we make that available to them. It's not completely open source. We do require a password, but we've generally approved anyone who's asked for an account. It's mainly just IT's way of keeping track of who's hitting our data. As far as enhancements go, we have one pretty big effort going on right now as far as new features. We're building a large system right now of managed lanes in the Atlanta area. Some of them are reversible. So what we've heard from the public is that they wish they had a way of knowing which way the reversible lanes were actually moving at the time when they're driving in the area. So we're going to, and they also want to know what the toll rate is. So we're going to add the information about which way the reversible lanes are running, as well as the toll rates, to our apps and websites. And that's about all I have.
Any questions from the group?
Mark, do you have any update, or can you update us on the Georgia's proposal for a truck-only road, highway from Atlanta to Macon?
Yes. We recently selected a GEC to help us with a project to build a truck-only lane on I-75 between cities of Macon and, well, roughly South Atlanta, which will be free. It's not a tolled lane, but it is exclusive to trucks only, and it will run along the outside of the northbound lanes of I-75. So that's a big multi-billion-dollar project, and I think it's one of the first in the nation to be a truck-only, non-tolled facility.
Thank you. Yes, you are the first in the country to do that.
Yeah, it's not mixed. The cars don't have the option of using it. It's exclusively for trucks only.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to the last state, Florida. Joanne, are you on the phone?
I'm over about 2 minutes. I will go quickly. I'm reporting for Russell Allen, who is the travel information development engineer there. So next slide. Next one. Sorry. The enhancements that the FL501 project currently in the works to be approved is to increase our simultaneous users on the website. We currently have 25,000 simultaneous users, and we are upping that to 50,000, and this was basically due to information we saw during Hurricane Irma, where we peaked to 28,000 to 30,000 a day during the storm, with people wanting to get information. So FDOT wants to be prepared as we move into the hurricane season this year, so we are increasing that. We are moving forward with an event reporting system, and basically the way the current system works now is that it receives ATMS data, incidents, road closures, lane closures from the SunGuide system, and in that system the districts have to create EM locations that associate to that event, and that's how they post the events. And with this upgrade, what we're allowing administrative users is to be able to put in events that don't have to have EM locations. And basically what we're seeing this for is there are some one-off roads that we don't cover but are pretty significant in the district, so this is why we're adding this feature, so that the districts do not have to have that EM located created for them. We're moving forward with Helios, a company that will provide us, use our CCTV to provide road weather data information at point locations of our CCTVs. We're also moving forward with integrating the truck parking system on the 501 mobile app and website, which I'll talk about a little bit later at the end of the presentation. And we're integrating road closure events and detour information on both our website and mobile apps. And this, again, came out of Hurricane Irma, where a lot of people want to know which roads were closed due to flooding or damage to the roadways. And they had to actually go through all of our closures, whether it was just a disabled vehicle or, one of two lanes down, a broke down car. So we have separated that out into the 501 system now. And then also, kind of like Georgia and Mark just mentioned, integrating streaming video where applicable on the website and mobile apps. Next slide. And then we have 3 additional future enhancements we're looking at. One is incident reporting via the FL511 mobile app, and this is similar to what you see in the public apps such as Waze and Google. So we'll have the public being able to provide that. Road Ranger reporting or requesting Road Ranger assistance, allowing operators to use the app, and based on their GPS, if they're in a Road Ranger zone, it would populate a button that they can press to request assistance. And then also to create incident alerts without having to create a route. So this would come in the admin side of when users sign up to get information, because now currently you can sign up for cities or routes in the system, and what we found is that especially like corridors like I-95, if you sign up for that and you live in Miami, you'll still be getting alerts based off of incidents in say the Jacksonville area or around the Orlando area. So those are ones that will be coming, but the ones on the previous slide are what we are moving forward with most recently. Next slide. Next slide. Our data integration and video aggregation system. This is a new endeavor that FDOT is moving forward, and basically, you can go to the next slide. We'll be taking data from our districts, both their SunGuide systems and from their video systems, and disseminating it or collecting it into one hub, and then that hub will disseminate everything to 511, to third-party feeds. It'll allow FDOT the opportunity to incorporate information and data from entities outside of FDOT that will be able to integrate into the system and share that with our users. So the first phase of it is the video aggregation system, which IBI has delivered to FDOT. We will be incorporating H.264 cameras on the website and mobile app, and then the ones that are the cameras that are not H.264, we will provide snapshots, and there's an initiative in Florida right now to upgrade all of their CCTV to H.264. So once those are complete, we will implement those and integrate them into the DIVA system. Next slide. The data integration side, again, is basically ingesting the data from the districts and third-party agency into a single data hub and then disseminating that through one central location of the DIVA system. So, next slide. FDOT, another initiative we're working on now is the Florida Truck Parking Availability System. And it's to try to, I guess, talk about some stuff. You can go to the next slide, sorry. Next slide. I can cover all this. And this is our schedule. We started back in 2017 last year. Most of it will be done later this year in all the different districts. It's a phased approach. You can go to the next slide. And basically what it's doing is the truck parking activity system will collect data using wireless in-pavement sensors. We will have detection both at the ingress and egress points as you enter into the rest areas, and then we'll also have detection within the spaces that can detect if the space is occupied or not. And then the TPAS system will collect that data, send it to SunGuide, which again is our ATMS system, and then that will disseminate it to roadside signs, alerting the truckers to how many spaces are available. Once we have our connected vehicle applications on the roadside devices, it'll talk with those, and then it will also send it to 511, and that's where we will integrate that information into our both mobile app and website. And basically what we'll be doing there is taking that information and providing new map layers with icons showing the truck parking facilities, and then once the user clicks on it, it'll provide the location, travel time, the distance to the facility, the number of spots total, and then the number of spots available. And then we'll also have a list of the truck parking facilities, and based on that list, we will use the GPS location of the user in the truck and provide to them the 2 closest truck parking facilities in each direction and display that information related to those facilities. So, and the quick version, that's, I think, the end of mine. If you have more questions, I'll try to answer on the phone. Steve Novosad is also on the phone, who is the DEC representative for FDOT, and if we can't, then Russell is more than welcome to take questions via email or phone.
Any questions from the group or on the phone?
Wow, they're doing a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Doing a lot.
All right.
Is DIVAS launched? When are they launching DIVAS? Do we know?
Did you hear
DIVA
that?
is planned to be launched later this fall, probably about October timeframe. We're currently in the finalizing requirements and the documentation that we have to provide to their Office of Intelligence or IT department, basically. So we're in the beginning stages of the data integration part of it.
Great.
All right.
Moving on here, I think next up is the upcoming meetings.
Is that on a slide?
There's a slide on the web. Do you want me to finish this up, Mark, for you, or do you want to do it?
No, I'm good.
You're good. All right, go for it.
All right. So in everyone's packet, and my understanding everyone got it via email, we do have a list of upcoming coalition meetings. It's the bluish blue table. The I-95 Corridor Coalition, scheduled TISMO / intermodal event spring 2018 calendar, so we have that. On top of that, we also have some other meetings of interest that we want to cover. AASHTO spring meeting will be in Tennessee here in May. Of course, ITF Americas in Detroit. NASHTO will have its meeting in National Harbor, Maryland. And the other AASHTO annual meeting will be in Atlanta, Georgia in September.